Chapter 750. If Jia Sherdao had followed him in, he would have been very surprised. His brother had never been to the Shi family before, but he seemed to be very familiar with the place. His purpose was clear, and he walked straight into the heart of the Shi family without stopping. Sun Lang dragged Wang Zixing's body to his destination. It was a big house with its doors and windows tightly shut. There was no one around, and there was no one around. This was probably the Shi family's secret place. After all, they were a rich and powerful family, so there must be a place for them to hide evil. Evil was often born with wealth and power, and this had been the case since ancient times. The richer you were, the dirtier you were, and the more powerful you were, the darker you were. This was because human beings were a kind of creatures who liked to act and get carried away easily. He dragged Wang Zixing's body to the foot of the wall, and no one noticed his whereabouts. On one hand, he was a powerful martial artist. On the other hand, the Shi family, which had the power to dominate Jinling, would never have thought that someone would bring a body in to frame them in broad daylight. Sun Lang listened attentively, and there was the sound of some kind of blunt object hitting something in the house. There were 3 people inside. From the sound of their breathing, he could tell that they were all men, and their martial arts were not ordinary. He remembered 2 of the breathing sounds. They were the brothers Shi Tailong and Shi Wengong. The other person was a middle-aged man. His martial arts were higher than the 2 brothers, so he must be their elder. After a while, the banging sound stopped and a thick and rough voice said, "Damn it, this coffin is really strange. I used 70% of my strength, and I still couldn't break it open." So that was it. It seemed that Shi Stallone and Shi Wengong had no choice but to take the coffin back. They were smart enough to take advantage of the opportunity that Sun Lang gave them. Previously, because of Sun Lang's plot, the aggressive coercion turned into a bloody fight. The Shi brothers had no choice but to decisively snatch Wang Ren's coffin and run away. This was a pain in the ass. Because they made a scene in the Wang family and snatched Wang Ren's coffin in broad daylight, they trampled on the Wang family's face 10,000 times and pushed the Wang family and the Shi family to the opposite side. After all, they were only the elites of the Shi family, not the decision-makers. However, they made such a big scene and made the Shi family an enemy out of nowhere. They had to take responsibility for this kind of thing. Even with their status in the family, they would still be beaten up by their father. Unless they could bring back enough results to make up for the loss, or explain to their father and the family why they took Wang Ren's coffin, even if they risked a war with the Wang family. At that time, because of this mentality, they did not go home first. Instead, they brought Wang Ren's coffin to Stallone's private house. They planned to open the coffin and examine it carefully to see if they could find any big news. Who knew that before they could find any big news, a big immortal would jump out and attack them in a way that they could not understand, as if she had cheated. The Shi brothers were scared out of their wits by Wang Ren's ghost. Humans were always afraid of things that they couldn't understand, and warriors were no exception. In front of this terrible ghost, they were almost no different from babies. Sun Lang tricked them and used the improved version of the life and death talisman to torture them, and then turn them into traitors. This was a casual move, but maybe it could catch a big fish. He wasn't too worried that the 2 would tell on him after they went back. The 2 guys had made a scene in the Wang family, pushing the 2 families to the edge of war. And the body of Wang Ren that they took away turned into a ghost and disappeared without a trace. It meant that they had made a scene in the Wang family for nothing, but they didn't get anything. Even if the Wang family came to ask for the body later, they couldn't give them anything. How could they report this? Were they going to be like the big eagle and philanthropist Lin, running to their father in a panic and saying, oh no, concubine Xiang has turned into a butterfly and flown away? Were they going to report that Wang Ren's body had turned into a ghost and run away in such a stupid way? What the hell? Even the fool Qianlong wouldn't believe it. At first glance, Sun Lang knew that the Shi brothers were not the kind of children who would be honest, and he did not believe that they would tell the truth when they returned. Moreover, with the deterrence of Wang Ren's ferocious ghost, these two smart Shi brothers should know what choice to make. In this regard, Sun Lang also left them with something to rely on to muddle through. Yes, he sealed the coffin again. Although he did not have the power of wood, Sun Lang now possessed the power of the three elements. It was not difficult for him to seal the coffin with the power of the sacred swords. The power of the three sacred swords were attached to the coffin, concealing each other and destroying each other. Not only was it difficult to detect, it was also able to seal the coffin tightly, making it extremely difficult to open. And the Shi brothers obviously understood this point, because the voice of Shi Stallone came from inside. They didn't expect that this tall guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes could be so calm when he was lying. "Father, this coffin is indeed extraordinary. It seems that there is a magical force sealing the coffin. It can't be opened and it can't be moved. I also found out about this coffin, so I acted on my own initiative and took it away from the Wang family." His words were quite good. Although he said that he acted on his own initiative, it sounded like he was taking all the responsibility. But if this was a good thing and not a bad thing, then he was taking all the credit alone. The Shi family was united and respectful, so Shi Wengong would not let his elder brother take all the credit. He immediately added, "Father, this decision was made by us together. It is also something we did to offend the Wang family. If you want to punish me, please punish me as well," he continued. "It's just that this thing is really magical. Father, you asked us to look for that thing. I tried my best, but I couldn't open Wang Ren's coffin. Later, Prince Xing came and was very concerned about this coffin. I boldly guessed that there must be something wrong with this, so this way it could be completed. The coffin can't be opened. It's very unusual that it can't be opened. It seems that there is some mysterious power inside. We think that this thing is very magical and the Wang family values it very much. Maybe it has something to do with that thing, so we decided to snatch it and give it to Father. We can't open this thing at all. We don't know what's inside. Whether it's a corpse or a malicious spirit, we don't know anything. Anyway, we can't open it. Father, you can't open it either, right? This is really something, isn't it? This way it could be completed." There was a limit to a person's imagination. Father Shi did not think that there was more to this matter. He hit the coffin hard and made a muffled sound, but it still did not move. He touched the surface of the coffin and looked at his two sons. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Stallone is steady, Wengong is smart. Both of you are good sons of the Shi family. You are smart and have your own ideas. I can't open this coffin. Do you have any ideas?" As soon as he said that, Shi Stallone and Shi Wengong immediately knelt on the ground. Shi Stallone's tone was a little hurried. "Father, please forgive us. It's just that we offended the Wang family and only brought a coffin back home. It's useless. That's why we brought it to our son's house to see if there's a way to open it. Father, please forgive us." Father Shi gently knocked on the coffin, and the sound echoed in the room. After a while, he let out a hearty laugh and helped his two sons up. "What are you doing? You're already so old. Don't kneel so easily. Look at you, is the weather hot? You're sweating so much." He did not say anything, but in fact, he had said everything. He was just knocking on the coffin. He was knocking on his son's head. "Don't always think of making your own decisions. You're all grown up, but I'm not old yet. I know what you're doing and what you're thinking. I'm declaring my father's authority and dominance over the Shi family. Don't think that you can hide what you're doing outside from my eyes. I just need to ask any knight who follows you out to do something, and they won't dare to not tell me. I can see through all of your little schemes." Father Shi looked at his two sons in front of him and was very satisfied. As a father, he naturally felt proud when his sons were promising. However, if his sons were too promising, he would feel a little unhappy. This was his current state of mind. Now, looking at the fear in his son's eyes, he felt very satisfied. However, he was wrong. He was wrong about the reason for his son's fear. No matter how loyal the Sher family's knights were, they only knew what they saw. Although the knights participated in the conflict with the Wang family and followed Stallone to his house, they did not have the opportunity to touch the coffin, whether it was in the Wang family's house or in Stallone's house. Stallone and Sher Wengong respectfully lowered their heads and hid the emotions in their eyes. Finally it was all over. Finally, they walked the tightrope smoothly. While they were relieved of a heavy burden, negative emotions surged into their hearts. Their father's warning and the fear in their hearts had turned out just as they had expected. Their father had been deceived by them. Thus, evil thoughts uncontrollably surfaced in their hearts. So, you can be deceived too. So, there are also things you don't know. Father Sher did not know what his sons were thinking. He turned around and walked a few steps around the coffin. He muttered, "This coffin is indeed extraordinary. Previously I thought that the inside of the coffin was cemented with something, or that it was fastened with tenons and tenons. However, regardless of whether it was a knife or a sword, or a blunt weapon, the surface of the coffin was not damaged in the slightest. This is very abnormal." Father Sher's eyes flickered. Perhaps this is the result of that thing. Stallone and Sher Wengong's bodies trembled. That thing, Sun Lang was happily eavesdropping outside. When he heard this, his expression also changed. Didn't they say that thing was a ledger or something? Why is it related to supernatural power? Papa Sher nodded in agreement. That's right. Even though this coffin is made of extraordinary materials, it shouldn't be so tough that even a blunt weapon couldn't leave a mark on it. The Wang family doesn't have such a treasure, so the only thing that could make this coffin so tough is an external force. Sher Wengong curiously asked, "Father, what is that thing?" However, Father Sher's sense of secrecy was very strong. He glared at his son. "This is not something you should know. Don't ask and don't say too much. This is a very important matter. The Sher family is not qualified to know the inside story. The less you know, the longer you can live." Sun Lang's expression became even more playful. So mysterious. What the hell is this? He learned about the existence of that thing from the Sher brothers. Combined with what he found in the Wang family, Wang Ren's study was repeatedly searched. He realized that that thing seemed to be the key to Wang Ren's death. It might even be the key to Wang Shifeng's disappearance. After all, many people were looking for it. It was obvious that it was very important. Since it was so important, it was best to have it in his hand. When he asked the Sher brothers, they did not know much about it. The person who had the most right to speak was undoubtedly Wang Zixing. However, when Sun Lang went back, he found that Wang Zixing had already gone to the Rongguo residence. When he went to the Rongguo residence, he found that the acting head of the Wang family had died in the East Garden of the Jia family. His death was also surrounded by many mysteries. More importantly, after his death, one of the clues about that thing disappeared. It was unknown whether this was a coincidence or a deliberate attempt to silence him. In any case, things were getting more and more interesting. Now, it seemed that Father Sher was one of the people who knew about it. Sun Lang's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if he should barge in and beat Father Sher up. Then, he could interrogate Father Sher for information about that thing. Although this was very different from his previous plan, it was better to keep up with the changes. However, Father Sher's words made him give up on this idea for the time being. He said, "This matter is over for now. You have taken back this thing and made enemies for the family. Although we are not afraid of the Wang family, we can't casually make enemies." The two sons did not refute. Instead, they said honestly, "We know our mistake." Father Sher said, "It's not really a mistake. It was only a matter of time before we made a move on them. However, you were too rash this time. Bringing back this wonderful thing is indeed a merit. It's just that I can't reward you now." Let's talk about it in the future. The two sons bowed and said, "Thank you, Father." Father Sure waved his hand and said, "That's enough. First, put this thing in the underground chamber. The Sure family cannot open this coffin, but someone can." Sure Tylong said, "Do you want to ask that person to send someone to do it?" Father Sure's face became serious. "Don't talk too much. Less talk, more action. Come and move the coffin." Sun Lang, who was outside, was slightly startled. The reason why he sealed the coffin was to give the Sure brothers an excuse to get away with it. Another reason was because of this. He used the power of the Holy Sword to seal the coffin. Even though it was only a strand of spiritual energy, it was of extremely high quality. Only the Imperial Army could fight against the Imperial Army. Only the Imperial Army could break this seal. Even though it was only a strand of spiritual energy, it would still require an extremely high-quality Imperial Army to break this seal. The Imperial Army was the wings of a martial artist. It was the divine weapon of a martial artist. The strongest Imperial Army could only be commanded by a powerful martial artist. Jinling did not have such a powerful Imperial Army. Even if there was a hermit in the mountains, the Sure family would not be able to invite him. Therefore, once the coffin was opened by an external force, it could only mean one thing. It was a big fish. A very big fish. Sun Lang's seal was a bait. The spiritual energy of the 7 planets came from the same source as him. If there were any violent changes, he would be able to sense it. Once the fish took the bait, he would be able to rush over as fast as he could and beat him up to his heart's content. If it was really as he guessed and the Sure family had joined the Imperial Army, then he would be very satisfied with the fish he caught. It would give him the upper hand in the battle for Jinling. So, he decided not to beat them up for now. He made a decision. Father Sure was still useful. If he beat him up now, not only would he be able to get a lot of useful information out of him, but he might also alert the mastermind behind the scenes. So be it. There was the rumbling sound of a mechanism being activated, and the ground was shaking slightly. It should be the door of the underground chamber opening. Then there was the sound of heavy footsteps. The Sure brothers carried the coffin down the stairs and entered the underground chamber. After a while, the sound of light footsteps could be heard again. The 3 of them returned to the surface, and the mechanical door closed with a rumble. Papa Sure instructed, "Don't let anyone know about this." The 2 of them replied, "We understand." Then, Sure Wengong asked, "Father, if the Wang family comes?" Father Sure waved his hand and said domineeringly, "Ever since Prince Ting's death, the Wang family has been in a mess. Wang Zixing was able to become the acting head of the family not because he was talented, but because his branch of the family wouldn't harm the interests of the other branches. This Prince Zixing is good at poetry, but it will be difficult for him to become the head of the family. If he dares to come and cause trouble, I will deal with him." Sure Tylong said slowly, "The coffin can't be opened. Maybe the Wang family knows something." Father Sure was startled and thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, No, it's one thing to humiliate the Wang family, but it's another thing to capture Wang Zixing and interrogate him. We can't be too ruthless. After all, Wang Zixing's martial arts are not weak. If we can't capture him and expose us, things will become very troublesome. The Sure family will become the target of public criticism. Although he said so, he was obviously moved by Sure Tylong's suggestion. However, he rejected it with great willpower. Too much is as bad as too little. A decision-maker must have a sense of moderation. He patted his 2 sons on the shoulder and said, "You did a good job today. Go back and rest. Leave this matter to me. You don't have to worry about it anymore." Since their father said so, the 2 of them couldn't say anything more. So, the 3 of them pushed the door open and left. Sure Wengong seemed to have thought of something and said, "The Wang family won't dare to directly ask for the coffin. They might do something in secret. Father, you have to strengthen the guard." Father Sure smiled and said, If we strengthen the guard here, it will be suspicious. Just arrange some hidden guards. Moreover, the underground chamber is very narrow and full of traps. Even if a Grandmaster Master rashly steps in, it won't be good. What's there to worry about? Chatting like this, the three of them gradually went away. Sun Lang poked his head out from behind the house and waved at their back. Take care of yourself. The underground passage was narrow and there was no way to move around. Vicious traps were activated in all directions. It was indeed a very dangerous place. If one was not careful, even a Grandmaster Master could die in there. Even if the person who went in was a peerless master who could protect himself and leave calmly, the traps would inevitably alarm the Sure family and expose their whereabouts. The infiltration would still be considered a failure. Hiding the coffin under the layers of protection was indeed a foolproof method. However, Father Sure didn't know that there was a crazy eavesdropper who had been eavesdropping the entire time. This person never walked the normal path. Seriously? Sun Lang sighed. Of all places, why did you have to put it in the basement? I hate finding secret passages to get through the maze. He stretched out his foot and stepped on the ground twice. After sensing for a while, he determined the location. Then, be it mud or stone, bricks or stone walls, nothing could stop Sun Lang, who wielded the power of the three holy swords. In fact, this was one of the things he relied on to fight against Hoodoo. Because I can kite you guys. I can run. Even if you guys surround me with a super luxurious all-star lineup, I can still run. I can dig through the ground and run down. What? You want to chase after me too? Ahahaha, come on, sir, come on. There was no pressure. When the entire land was your ally, there was basically nothing that could stop you. The land was the foundation of everything. You could use the land to dodge, escape, ambush, and even use the power of the land to heal and recover your mana. Father Sure didn't expect that someone could use such a shameless method to bypass the secret passage that was full of traps and enter the basement. Sun Lang dug through the soil, bypassed the foundation, and directly dug to the edge of the underground chamber. Then, he used the power of gold to cut open a hole and moved a piece of the wall of the underground chamber. The entire underground chamber was made of stone, and all the hidden weapons were hidden in it. With the power of gold, nothing could escape his senses. He brought Wang Zixing's body to Wang Ren's coffin and pushed open the coffin lid. Then, he placed Wang Zixing's body inside. Ah, perfect. Delightful. The Sure family wanted to find someone to open the coffin. After the Wang family found out that the acting family head was missing, they would definitely start looking for him. As for Sun Lang's mission, it was to guide them and make a good plan. He wanted all these things to be put together and then, with a bang, it would instantly explode. Wang Zixing's body had to be placed in a suitable place. It couldn't be found by the Sure family, but it had to be found by the Wang family in a reasonable way. Only in this way, at the right time and the right place, could the greatest effect be exerted, just like now. That would definitely be a very, very good show. Chapter 751. He put Wang Wangxing's body in place, closed the coffin, and sealed it again. Then he crawled out of the hole he dug earlier. He came quietly and left quietly without taking away a single cloud. After he was done, he looked at the sky and thought for a while. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to walk around the Sure family to see if he could find anything interesting. With his martial arts skills, he could easily walk around the Sure family. After a few rounds, he found that the Sure family was indeed not well off, which was reflected in the furnishings. He had been to the Rong and Ning mansions and the Wang family, which were known as the Four Great Families. However, the Wang family and the Jia family felt very different from the Sure family. Take the Rongwa mansion as an example. Although it was an ordinary wealthy family, although it was generally luxurious, except for the rooms used to welcome guests, most of the furnishings in the other rooms were old and had obviously been used for a long time, although the materials used were extraordinary. On the other hand, the Sher family was really full of silk and satin, gold and jade, blatantly creating class hatred, showing the fact that they were already rich in all aspects. This was obviously a windfall that fell from the sky in a few years, so the family had not digested this wealth, and did not turn it into their own foundation. Therefore, the feudal landlord class was also divided into ordinary, elite, rare, and epic levels. The majority of the proletariat working people had to keep their eyes wide open. For example, those who only used gold and jade to decorate their shop, such as scroll music score golden calligraphy, tree mark flower name jade seal plate, were all nouveau riche who had just become rich recently. They belonged to the category of common freak. Everyone would criticize them, beat them up, and confiscate their property. As for the kind of people who music returns to the courtyard, and the lights go down the balcony, they were the deep-rooted feudal landlords who had exploited the poor people for at least 100 years. They had all grown up. It would be a shame if they did not exterminate the entire family of such pigs that had been fat for 100 years. Obviously, the Sher family now looked like an ordinary nouveau riche. In terms of background, they were completely incomparable to the Jia family and the Wang family. Jia Sherdao said that they had become rich in the past few years, and it was indeed very likely that they had made some kind of unspeakable deal. Sun Lang walked around and didn't find anything like an account book or a vault. He didn't want Jia Sherdao to wait for him, so he didn't look carefully. After all, he couldn't run away. He walked out of the house, thinking about something as he walked. The Sher family had obviously received a lot of financial support in the past few years, but he did not know whether it was a fish or a fisherman. If it was fishing, it would be easy. Since it was related to the production of industries, there must be traces. No matter what mines, caravans, or shops the Sher family had obtained, they would be able to find out where they were. If they could find out where they were, they would be able to find out who the original owners of these industries were. Then, they would be able to find out who was supporting the Sher family. He didn't even need to do anything for Jia Su to handle this matter safely. If it was a fish, it would be difficult to deal with. After all, the empire's system was extremely backward. There was no National Tax Bureau or Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Otherwise, the suspicion of a huge fortune of unknown origin would be enough to turn the Sher family upside down. The current situation was extremely rare. Sun Lang thought for a while, and decided not to think about it. After all, the Sher family couldn't run away. He could play the game slowly. He jumped out of the house and ran to the top of the carriage. Jia Sherdao was resting in the carriage. Hearing the sound of the roof, he opened the door and poked his head out. "Brother, are you done?" Sun Lang looked up at the sky and nodded. "Almost." Jia Sherdao's heart skipped a beat. "Are we going back to Qinzhou?" They had rushed from Qinzhou to Xiaozhou overnight. At first, they wanted to find out what was going on, but they didn't expect to run into such a big drama as soon as they entered the city. First, they found out that Mrs. Sher was seriously ill. Then, Wang Ren died, and the suspect, Wang Shifeng, went missing. Then, the Sher family came to rob the coffin, and Wang Zixing went to the Rongua mansion to ask for help but died silently. It was true that before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. The waves had swept Jinling into layers of fog, as if there was an extremely shocking truth hidden under the fog. Behind all of this, it was also related to the power struggle between his brother and the royal family, and Jinling was just another chessboard. He had a hunch. This time, it was just a silent probe, a calm confrontation on the chessboard. But the next time elder brother came back, it might be a close-quarters battle of swords and sabers. Rongua Mansion, Mrs. Sher, Sister Feng, and Tanchun. He didn't know if the Jia family could survive this storm. He didn't know what his brother was planning. Sun Lang flipped over the roof and entered the carriage. "Let's go back and say goodbye to your father." In the Ningguo mansion, Jia Su pinched his nose and dug out Wang Ren's body that Sun Lang had hidden under his bed. He took some ice from the icehouse to cool it down and studied it carefully. Unfortunately, he still didn't find anything. Seeing Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao come in, he still didn't bother to look at his son. He only said to Sun Lang, "Is it done?" Sun Lang nodded and said, "Yes, I hid Wang Wangxing's body in Wang Ren's coffin." Jia Su's expression suddenly became very interesting. As a cunning old man, he immediately understood Sun Lang's plan and keenly found the key. "The coffin can't be opened?" Sun Lang smiled meaningfully. "I did something. Usually it can't be opened." Jia Su also showed an excited smile. Usually, Sun Lang's white teeth shone with Sinran light. "Yes, but there are always special circumstances." Duke Ning stroked his beard and nodded. "Then I'll wait and see." "It won't be long," Sun Lang said. "At the latest tomorrow, the Wangs will feel something is wrong. Although Wang Zixing did something terrible, it's not to the extent that they don't even dare to go home. If they feel something is wrong, they will send a messenger to ask about it. Uncle, you will take the opportunity to make them suspicious and mock them a little, so that they will suspect the Shi family." Jia Su smiled. "I know. Don't worry." Sun Lang nodded. "With your help, I can rest assured. It's the situation. Now I have to travel between two places. Uncle, please take care of the summer state." Jia Su patted him on the shoulder. "We are family. With me here, you can rest assured. But this is not a long-term plan. You still have to think of a way. If the opponent is the Shi family or the Wangs, I can handle it. But if it's the capital, I can't." Sun Lang nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I already have some ideas. Some people are counting on me to come back and lead the charge, to help them resist the invasion of the monarchy, so they have to show some sincerity." Jia Su's expression changed slightly. He smiled. "Good boy, you are much better than your father and me. You are the hope of the Jia family in Jinling. As long as you are here, the hope of the family is here. Do you understand what I mean? What happened 2 years ago in the Great Barren Mountain must not happen again." Sun Lang looked at Jia Su in front of him. Jia Su's hand pressed down on him. The eldest uncle opposite him pressed on his shoulder, looking unprecedentedly solemn. "Your father passed away long ago. Although I'm your eldest uncle, I can also be half a father to you. Today, only this once, I want to remind you as an elder. Rongwa Mansion is no longer prosperous, and Ningwa Mansion is not in good condition either. I hope you remember that in the final analysis, there are only your grandmother and your sister left in Rongwa Mansion. There is nothing you can't let go of." He tightened his grip on his nephew's hand. "So, if you can't do it, just do it. Don't be stubborn." Sun Lang's eyes suddenly became cold. Instinctively, however, Jia Su did not back down. His tone was as calm as ever. "Your grandmother won't blame you. Just like 5 or 6 years ago," he said, "when she received the news that you were not dead and that you were living well in the army and had even made a name for yourself, she was only happy and proud. She did not complain about you at all, even though you left home without a word, even though you disappeared without a trace for a few years, making her heartbroken and shedding tears for a few years. As long as you are fine, it is enough for her." Before Sun Lang could say anything, Jia Sherdao suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Jia Su's hand. He looked into his father's eyes and said, "My brother has his own ideas. Father, don't say anything." This bold move was almost rude. Jia Su was shocked and then felt angry. He said coldly, "You have no right to speak." What surprised him even more was that Jia Sherdao seemed to have eaten a leopard's guts today. He even retorted back, "There are some things that my brother can't say, so I can only say it for him." Jia Su was furious. How could this son of AB*TCH say that? He used to hate his son for being so obsequious in front of him. He did not dare to say or fart, and he was very wishy-washy. Now that he was being so straightforward, he was even more annoyed. After all, His son's behavior was almost challenging his father's authority. The most important question was, "Are you King standing up for your cousin and talking back to me? What the *ck? Does your cousin need you to speak for him? Does he not have a mouth? Is he very shy? Does he respect me as an elder? He even dares to talk back to the emperor. What else does he not dare to do?" In short, Jia Su was confused, angry, and inexplicably jealous at the moment. Usually, his son was submissive in front of him and never dared to speak loudly. Even when he became a monk 2 years ago, he only acted like he was lying on the ground and waiting to die. But now, when it came to his cousin, he actually became bold. What did this mean? This meant that this unfilial son obviously respected and loved his cousin more than his father. *ck so angry. It was probably this kind of emotion. In short, Jia Su was furious. Seeing that Jia Sherdao still dared to talk back to him, he slapped him. The palm with strong wind was blocked halfway. Sun Lang quietly reached out and pushed Jia Su's arm back to its original position. He said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle. I'll act according to the situation. Don't worry. I've been in the army for 6 years. At least I'm decisive." Although Jia Su felt a little embarrassed, there were no outsiders here. Sun Lang's attitude was respectful, and he was a wise man who knew how to adapt to circumstances, so he only snorted. After what happened, Jia Sherdao became air in his eyes. He said stiffly, "Are you going to see your grandmother again?" Sun Lang shook his head slowly. "Why do you have to mess with people's hearts?" Jia Su sighed. "Then I won't say more. It's late. You should go." Sun Lang said lightly, "We'll be back as soon as possible. Take care, uncle." He cupped his hands and walked out. Jia Sherdao glanced at his father, and found that his father was standing with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. He felt wronged, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. From the beginning to the end, Jia Su didn't say anything, nor did he stop his rude son. He just looked at Jia Sherdao's back as he walked away, and his eyes became more and more uncertain. Something was wrong. After the anger of being offended by his son's rude attitude subsided, his intuition as a wise man discovered that there was a problem. If there was an abnormality, then there must be a demon. His son's personality had not changed. He was still so submissive to the point of being almost cowardly. But why was his reaction so big when it concerned his elder brother? No matter how much he loved and respected his cousin, but they were family, and there was no need for him to speak in a foreign language. What was there to be excited about? As soon as he was born, it started to grow. Smart people were suspicious, curious, and had the ability to get to the bottom of things. Jia Su closed his eyes, and the previous memories surfaced in his mind. Every time the three of them met, he recalled his son's behavior and expression. The more he thought about it, the weirder his expression became. What was going on? He recalled the previous situation. Every time he talked to his nephew, his unfilial son would look inexplicably nervous. When they talked about the old lady and the others who were guarding the Rongwa mansion alone, and when they talked about his nephew's irresponsibility of not hearing from him for 2 years, and when they talked about his nephew in a roundabout way, this unfilial son would be even more nervous. Sometimes he would even interrupt the conversation. Not just now. There had been similar situations before. However, going back to a few years ago, during the Great War of Tianyuan, he had met this nephew of his who had undergone tremendous changes because of military affairs. He had also taught him as an elder, and even reprimanded him for leaving home without permission and not contacting him for 3 years. At that time, this unfilial son was also there, but he stood obediently beside his elder brother to be reprimanded, instead of rebelling against his superior like he was now. What was going on? What happened? Jia Su frowned. The more he thought about it, the stranger it became. But even though he was astonishingly intelligent and could read people's minds, he still could not find a reasonable explanation for this matter. Is there some inside story that I don't know about? Jia Su could not figure it out. This doubt lay across his mind like 100 claws scratching his heart, and he cared very much about it. Moreover, a seed of doubt had been planted in his heart. On this side, Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao had already left the Ningguo mansion. The sun had set in the west, but it was not dusk yet. Sun Lang glanced in the direction of the Rongguo mansion and said lightly, "Let's go." Just like the route they took when they entered the city, they rode out of the city and summoned the seraph in the secluded mountains in case someone saw them. After all, that thing was too eye-catching. To think that I even gave you spiritual guidance and fed you a few big bowls of rotten chicken soup. Why is your relationship with your father getting worse and worse? Riding on the horse, Sun Lang said to his brother, "Also, what were you doing just now? Do I need you to stand up for me? I didn't say anything before, which means that I can hold it in. If I couldn't hold it in, I would have hit your father directly. Why do you need to worry about me?" Jia Sherdao glanced at Sun Lang and did not say anything, but his eyes were full of grief. "You didn't see the way your father glared at you. I think your father even wants to attack you." Sun Lang pretended not to see it. "And you're showing signs of turning from a weakling to an awkward one." Jia Sherdao did not quite understand this kind of slang. After all, even if Sun Lang was a troublemaker, he had a bottom line, which was that he would never spread the word gay, so his brother did not understand slang like top and bottom at all. He sighed. "I don't want it to be like this." "Then follow my advice. Go hug your father and shout Dai Di, I love you." Sun Lang's saliva flew everywhere as he said, "Let me tell you, this method is very popular in my hometown. From the school to the experts, children are encouraged to loudly express their love for their parent. It is said that this method came from abroad. Foreigners have been doing this since they were young. Think about it, the moon in foreign countries is more round, so the things of foreigners are naturally better." Jia Sherdao curled his lips. Anyone who had been with his brother for a few years would usually automatically learn a certain skill called information filtering, which was to automatically distinguish what could and could not be trusted from what his brother said. "Anyway, you and your father can't go on like this," Sun Lang concluded. "You know what? I'll think of a way to create an opportunity for you later." Jia Sherdao was instantly alert. He immediately rejected it. "Let's not do that. This is just a private matter. We can do it at any time. Brother, you're going to do big things. You can't let private matters get in the way of public duties." Sun Lang said seriously, "You're wrong. When doing big things, internal unity is very important. Your harmonious relationship with your father may help my big things to go smoothly." Jia Sherdao naturally did not believe it. It was up to you to believe it or not. The two chatted as they left Jinling, mainly about Sun Lang's one-sided information bombardment and mental pollution on Jia Sherdao. After leaving Jinling, they came to another town, sent horses, and walked to a nearby barren mountain as the landing site of the seraph. The last time he was on this thing was last night. Jia Sherdao was tied to the bomb rack and was exposed to the cold wind all night. Now that he saw the mighty and majestic body descending from the sky, the fear of being confined last night arose spontaneously. He laughed dryly and tried to negotiate with his merciful brother to let him into the cockpit to avoid the cold. As expected, the negotiation ended in failure. Sun Lang then explained to him how he could automatically activate his inner strength to resist the cold and thus train his inner strength. Xiao Longnu and Yang Guo both practiced this way. Sun Lang felt that the effect was much better than the chilled jade bed. Of course, he did not say the latter part because it felt too gay. Later on, Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu did not use the frost jade bed anymore. Instead, they took off their clothes and practiced in the wild. You don't want to be tied to the bomb rack to practice, but you want to squeeze into the cockpit with your brother. What do you want to do? Too gay. Just thinking about it makes me want to beat up my brother. Brother, why are you hitting me again? Accompanied by such a scream, Jia Sherdao was tied to the bomb rack again. The huge seraph shot into the sky, shooting a dazzling stream of light in the northwest direction. The reconnaissance trip in Jinling came to an end, and the preparation for the second round was about to begin. It was still daytime, so the speed was much faster than at night. When the seraph returned to the Bai Castle, the sky had just darkened. The huge war machine slowly landed on the tarmac of the Jinjian garden. Sun Lang jumped out of the cockpit and dragged Jia Sherdao, who was tied to the bomb rack, to his side. Then his body flashed, and the shadows of his palms fluttered, constantly patting the acupuncture points all over his body. Jia Sherdao still received a lot of training during this voyage. He even encountered a few air currents head-on and was almost frozen into Arthas. It was all thanks to his primordial qi cultivation and resistance against the cold. Even so, it wasn't a good feeling. He consumed a lot of his internal energy and his whole body was almost frozen. However, the risk and the reward were equal. At first, he was shivering, and there were still ice shards on his eyebrows. His breath was cold, but with Sun Lang's patting, Jia Sherdao's pale face slowly turned red. His eyebrows were glowing, and his hands and feet were relaxed. His whole body was warm, as if he was in a comfortable bath. The sound of footsteps could be heard from afar. After Sun Lang stopped, Wei Zhongxian's aged laughter could be heard. Congratulations to young Master Rodeo. Your cultivation has improved. Jia Sherdao opened his eyes. Even though he was very comfortable now, he still had lingering fears when he thought of what he had suffered before. Hearing this, he lazily rolled his eyes. You can also try. Wei Zhongxian laughed. I'm old. I've already practiced enough martial arts, meaning that only a rookie like you would need such a simple, violent, and fast cultivation method. Sun Lang clapped his hands and asked Wei Zhongxian, Where's Wang Wuan? The old eunuch replied, He heard that the master was back. He's packing up. Sun Lang sneered. Packing up? He's the general of Qinzhou. What's there to pack up after staying in the Bai Castle for one night? Maybe he's too happy to stay here and doesn't want to leave, but he can't bring himself to do it. He's taking his time, waiting for me to ask him to stay. Wei Zhongxian smiled and said, This old servant thinks so too. Sun Lang nodded. Then I'll reluctantly make a trip there. The old eunuch said, Master, please. Jia Sherdao, who was cultivating, heard this and rolled his eyes. These two shameless people. Chapter 752. Facts had proven that the Hudu Empire's politics were relatively clean. There was no such thing as a mismatch. Everyone would be able to become an official based on their abilities. For example, Sun Lang was the deputy commander, while Wang Wuan could only be the commander of a military region. Because there was a difference in the level of posture between the two, this was specifically reflected in the reaction speed and running speed of the two. General Wang immediately ran after realizing that Sun Lang had returned, but he was still blocked by Sun Lang. He was obviously still too simple. First of all, General Wang was sitting in the middle of the hall when he vaguely heard a faint buzzing sound coming from the sky. He leaped up to the roof to take a look, but didn't see anything strange. Instead, he saw the old eunuch Wei Zhongxian hurrying in the direction of the Shou Sword Garden. Thus, he knew in his heart that the enigmatic Marshal Jia had most likely returned. This Wang Wuan was a neutral party. He was even better at concealing his strength than Qi Guanyin. Qi Guanyin had at least hugged the Empress concubine's thigh before, but Wang Wuan didn't care about anyone else. He wholeheartedly protected Qin province for the empire and turned a blind eye to the olive branches that the other princes threw over. He was the kind of official who said, No matter who the emperor is, I will only support the person sitting on the throne. Such a smart person would never express his political views, much less stand on any side. This time, he had been dragged to the platform by Sun Lang because he had no choice. In his heart, he really didn't want to have anything to do with this unpredictable marshal. Thus, after the other party returned, he didn't even want to meet face to face. He went back to his room to grab his weapon and military books, called for his personal guards, and was about to leave. But he still failed. The Bai-clan fort occupied a large area, and Wei Zhongxian was meticulous in his work. He arranged the most luxurious courtyard for the Honorable Grand General Wang. Of course, the most luxurious courtyard had to be near the center of the Bai-clan fort. In other words, it was very far from the main gate. No matter how hard Grand General Wang tried, he was still blocked just before he could escape. As soon as he stepped out of a drooping flower gate, his heart instinctively palpitated. A fierce wind blew beside him. Before he came, the sound came first, and a barbell-like laughter came first. "I'm late, I didn't receive a guest from afar." Wang Wuan barely suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. He was slightly sad to find that his decades of self-control were showing signs of breaking down in front of the marshal. He wanted to hit someone, he really wanted to hit someone. Sun Lang rushed over and grabbed General Wang's right arm. With a face full of surprise, he asked, "Brother Wang, when did you arrive? You didn't even tell me." Come in, please. Please come in. Treat your mother, you shameless bastard." I want to leave. General Wang was very clear about Sun Lang's plan. He almost cursed out loud. He took a deep breath and calmed down his anger. I can't be angry. He wants to provoke me. I can't let him get what he wants. I can't follow his plan. I have to calm down. Wang Wuan calmed down and then sneered. Marshal, you're too boring. We had a good agreement before. Now that you're back, please let a lowly general leave. Qin Zhou is busy with military affairs. Military affairs are important for the country. I should go back and deal with the backlog of affairs. Sun Lang smiled and said, Old Wang. Oh, that's not right. It's not good to call you that. That, Wang Matzi, if you say it like that, it's not very nice. What do you mean by busy with military affairs? Coming to your brother's place, how can you just leave like that? Are you looking down on me? Wang Wuan didn't respond to his unreasonable pestering. He only said, Marshal, I'm really busy with work. Nonsense. Sun Lang put his arm around Wang Wuan's shoulder like they were close friends. Excuses? You're just making excuses. Don't try to fool me. Although I'm from the countryside and haven't been an official, I've seen the world. Is Qin Zhou inseparable from you, Wang Wuan? I don't believe it. He patted his chest and said, Don't look at me like this. I know Zhao Yunlong. You've heard of Zhao Yunlong, right? The great general of Songzhou. She's the same rank as you. But she's not like you. She's always so pretentious and hypocritical, saying that she's busy. How long has she been in Mingzhou? She doesn't seem very busy. Damn it, how can I be the same as that dog Zhao Yunlong? With one word from you, she can even give up her position as the great general of Songzhou. So what if she neglects her duty? Wang Wuan was very annoyed. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Sun Lang. He, Wang Wuan, inherited his father's position when he was young and fought his way into the Tianyuan battlefield. He fought all the way to the north and south, accumulating meritorious deeds. He was recognized by the emperor and protected by his ancestors. He became the great general of Qinzhou. It could be said that his life was complete. The imperial court didn't treat him badly either. So, why would he follow a guy who had a grudge against the emperor and go against the imperial court? He didn't even want to take a side in the battle for the throne. Why would he go and rebel? He was also like a fool. Seeing that Sun Lang wasn't willing to let him go, he became a little anxious. He simply opened the matter and said, Marshal, everyone has their own ambitions. Why are you forcing me to stay? Isn't it rude to go back on your word? Sun Lang smiled and said, You won't stay for even a moment. Am I that scary? Wang Wuan was stunned. Sun Lang took the opportunity to let him go. He took a step back and spread his hands. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You don't even dare to say a few words to me? Based on your demeanor, shouldn't you restrain yourself and return to courtesy at all times? An agreement is an agreement. But after you found out that I was back, shouldn't you wait for me to come, then hand over the matter and explain the situation to me before you leave? He pointed at Great General Wang. And what is this about you? You ran away at the sight of me and left without saying goodbye. If we're talking about being rude, aren't you the one who's more rude? Instead, you're talking about me. Wang Wuan didn't expect Sun Lang to make such a false accusation, but he really had nothing to say. His face was a little hot, but his heart was slightly moved. He directly bowed and said, Marshal, you're right. A lowly general was rude. According to the agreement, a lowly general guarded by castle when Marshal was away. During this time, it was reorganized and repaired, and patrolled to reassure the people. There were no accidents. Since Marshal is back, I'll hand over the matter immediately. Qin Zhou is busy with official business, so forgive a lowly general for not staying. After he finished speaking, he added, a lowly general was indeed rude before. Please forgive me. Since you said that I was rude and that I should be like this, then I'll do as you said. After I apologize, I'll openly say goodbye to you. Then you won't have anything to say, right? Unfortunately, he completely underestimated the marshal's tricks and flirtatiousness. Sun Lang glanced at him and said with a smile, You're too insincere. Your words and actions were rude, and you were rude to your superior. According to the rules of our army, you should be punished with at least 3 jars of wine, right? Wang Wuan was infuriated. Damn it, I knew it. But in the next moment, he saw Sun Lang waving his hand. I'm just kidding. Since the agreement has been fulfilled, you can leave whenever you want. But I'm still a little curious. Originally, when Wang Wuan heard the words, you can leave anytime you want, he should have just left and not listened to the rest of the words. However, Great General Wang still overestimated Sun Lang's bottom line. This could not be blamed on him. Back then, Wang Wuan had kept Sun Lang at a respectful distance and had not interacted much with this subtle marshal. He did not quite understand this old man's nature. When he saw that Sun Lang had relented so easily, he was surprised and felt a little guilty. He had indeed acted like a villain in vain. Because of the prejudice and vigilance in his heart, he had kept a respectful distance from him. As soon as he had this thought and heard the marshal say something like, I'm a little curious, he felt embarrassed to leave immediately. That would be too disrespectful to the other party, so he decided to listen for the time being. How should he put it? Although this decision was not very wise, it was definitely not stupid. Because General Wang Wuan would never have thought that if he had chosen to leave immediately instead of listening, Sun Lang would have beaten him up with reasons like, Can't you King listen to me? I've already said that I'll let you go, but you still don't give me any face. You're King asking for a beating. Then, he would fall into another trap. In the end, he would still be tied to his own chariot. In comparison, at least the current trap was gentler. General Wang did not know that Sun Lang had already prepared for both Plan A and Plan B in front of him. He felt a little guilty and took the initiative to ask, Curious? Sun Lang sighed. He looked up at the night sky at a 45-degree angle. His eyes were a little melancholy. Yes, I'm curious. I'm really curious. Why are you so guarded against me? He lowered his head, looked at the general, and smiled. Not now. It's been like this from the beginning. Wang Wuan was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, A lowly general is ashamed. Sun Lang shook his head and walked towards the inner part of Bai Castle. After a few steps, he turned around and waved his hand. The wind is strong at night. It's not a good place to talk. Come in. After that, he turned around and continued walking. He did not stop and did not look back. He did not even care if Wang Wuan would follow him. He seemed to be used to being alone. His back looked so lonely in the night wind. General Wang stood there for a moment and hesitated. In the end, he still followed him. Anyway, he said that I can leave if I want to. He won't go back on his words, right? It's not that big of a difference. Poor General Wang. He only saw the lonely figure of the marshal in the night wind. However, he would never have thought that at this moment, the marshal, who was walking alone with his back to him, would hear the footsteps behind him and reveal the distorted face of the city with the words, "The plan has worked," written all over it. The two of them came to a side hall. It was not a big room. The lights were already lit, and the incense burner was burning with high-quality dragon saliva. On the table were various exquisite dishes. Wei Zhongxian was standing at the side. The master and servant's eyes met for a moment. There were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. It was premeditated. Sun Lang and Wang Wuan sat down. Wei Zhongxian smiled and said, "Enjoy your conversation. I'll take my leave first." The old eunuch closed the door and left. Sun Lang smiled and said, "I used to eat with old Wei. At first, he refused and said that there was a difference in status. I didn't think much of it. A person's status and value are determined by what he does, not by who he eats with." He directly added food to his bowl and spoke as he ate. There was no table etiquette or rules. Just as he said, even if he didn't care about decorum at the table, no one dared to look down on him. After all, this person could overturn the entire country as easily as overturning the table in front of him. Wang Wuan had already eaten dinner and only ate a little. He said politely, "A lowly general has also heard of the rumors that the marshal treats the worthy and doesn't care about trifles. Everyone is very impressed." Sun Lang said lightly, "Impressed? I'm afraid there are even more people who don't care. Once a person has a subjective prejudice, once they look at a person through colored glasses, then no matter what the other person does, in their eyes it's all wrong, all bad, all with ulterior motives." Wang Wuan lowered his head and said, "Previously, it was indeed my fault." Sun Lang waved his hand and said, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the past." The general's expression changed slightly, and his heartbeat sped up. "The past," Sun Lang spoke as he ate. It seemed like a casual conversation at the table, but what he said was enough to shake the entire empire. "At the great desolate mountain, I was stabbed. At first, I was very angry, but after thinking about it, it wasn't strange. It was reasonable and had been planned for a long time. That group of people didn't believe me from the beginning. No matter what I did, in their eyes, I had ulterior motives. The more contributions I made, the more determined they were to kill me. No matter how docile I appeared, in their eyes, I was just hiding my claws and fangs." He sighed and looked at Wang Wuan. "I want to know why." The general couldn't answer this question, or rather, he didn't know how to answer. "This world doesn't belong to the emperor. At least, not all of it," Sun Lang continued. "Otherwise, why did he send us to fight the sky demon? Since the world belongs to the emperor, then he should go kill the sky demon himself. Why should he get all the benefits while we have to bleed and sweat?" This topic was taboo, but it made sense. At least, Wang Wuan didn't think it was easy to refute. He was a top warrior and a peerless general. His individual combat strength and collective art of war made Wang Wuan stand at the top of the 2 fields of violence. Anyone like him had pride. Even someone as loyal as him couldn't say something like, "The world belongs to His Majesty, and we are also His Majesty's subjects. Therefore, it is only right to live and die for His Majesty," or any other disgusting flattering words like, "The world belongs to His Majesty, and we are also His Majesty's subjects." Although it wasn't good for a subject to criticize the emperor, everyone had a sense of right and wrong. Wang Wuan was the same. No matter how mean they were, how much they didn't like Sun Lang, and how bad their relationship with Sun Lang was, they had to admit that Sun Lang's contributions in the War of Heaven's origin were unparalleled and almost dazzling. Such a person shouldn't die without knowing why, without a trace, without even keeping his reputation. The general was silent. I know you're in a difficult position. I've put you in a difficult position. Sun Lang poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. The spicy taste spread in his mouth. He reached out and patted Wang Wuan on the shoulder. I know, Wang Ermatsi. Everyone has their own interests. We don't have any personal relationship, and we don't have a good relationship. You're also a Zhenzhou general with a smooth career. There's no need for you to get involved with a traitor like me. What other expression could Wang Wuan show other than a bitter smile? He found that he was completely led by the nose. It was an open and above-board scheme. He had no choice but to sit here and listen. He didn't even have a reason to leave immediately because he couldn't bring himself to do so. After all, the marshal was just pouring out his grievances and didn't do anything to recruit him. Even if it was out of humanitarian concern, he couldn't just leave. It had to be said that this was a wise choice, because the wise marshal was also prepared. Once Wang Wuan chose to leave immediately, he also had a backup option of getting drunk and acting crazy. The world's #1 expert and the world's #1 bastard pretending to be drunk and crazy. Think about it yourself. The kind General Wang escaped again. He could only continue to smile bitterly. Thank you for your understanding, Marshal. Sun Lang also smiled and patted Wang Wuan's shoulder a little harder. I'm really understanding you, Wang Ermatsi. But you're not understanding me. Not only are you not understanding my difficulties, you're F***king guarding against me, fearing me, staying away from me, hurting my soft and fragile little heart, bah. When Wang Wuan heard the last part, he wanted to roll his eyes again. Sun Lang was still muttering. You're all the same. You think I'm not a good person. No matter what I do, I can't change this matter. It's as if this is fate. I risked my life to kill the enemy, protect the world, and the end result is just to die in the Great Barren Mountain, so that a group of people can rest assured. Damn, you guys have high positions and generous salaries. If you want money, you have a house, you have a position, and an F***king. When he said this, he beat his chest and stamped his feet. You can F***king women, F***king however many you want. Sun Lang's expression at this time was incomparably sorrowful and wronged. This expression was very real, very vivid, very shocking, and very infectious. It was to the extent that Wang Wuan suspected that Sun Lang was tricking him. But after seeing this expression, he immediately dispelled this idea. There was no such acting in the world. This undoubtedly came from his true feelings. It was true sadness, true sorrow, and true helplessness. Humans were creatures that could be infected by the emotions of others. They were creatures that were full of compassion. At this moment, Wang Wuan completely understood Sun Lang's sorrow. He couldn't help but sigh. Marshal has indeed been wronged. As soon as the Grand General said this, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Damn, if he immediately changes his attitude and asks me to help him seek justice, what should I do? If I agree, I'll completely board his pirate ship. If I don't agree, I'll appear to be cold-blooded, shameless, and unjust. Obviously, the Grand General was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. What he was worried about did not happen. It seemed that the Marshal was really just pouring out his grievances. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he heard Sun Lang say, wronged. I've been wronged so much that I don't think it's anything. As the saying goes, there's no pressure when there's too much debt. Actually, it doesn't matter, but, he said 3 buts in a row, but there was no buts. He just wanted to say something but stop. His face was filled with grief and indignation. Suddenly, he opened the lid of the wine jug and directly poured the wine into his mouth. Wang Wuan was scared witless. He was afraid that this guy would take the opportunity to act crazy. What if he used the alcohol to take out a knife and force me to join him? If I don't comply, he'll beat me and scold me. Afterwards, he'll say that he went crazy because he was drunk. Then wouldn't I suffer a great loss? He tried to stop him. Marshal, drinking is harmful to the body. Drink less, harmful to the body? Why do you still care about this now? Sun Lang suddenly laughed wildly. If there's wine today, I'll drink in the morning. If there's no wine tomorrow, then I'll rebel. The topic changed so quickly. It was too stiff. Why did he want to rebel? The topic changed so stiffly that Wang Wuan was at a loss. He didn't know what to say. He could only advise, Marshal, calm down. Sun Lang stared at him and let out a bleak laugh. The Jia family of Jinling is about to be destroyed. A lonely family in a precarious situation. How can I calm down? How can I calm down? Wang Wuan was shocked. What? Sun Lang stood up and pointed at him. He smiled coldly. What did I say? You've always been on guard against me. You've never trusted me. From the beginning until now, you've never asked me what I found in Summer Province. Wang Wuan was a little guilty. Although he didn't ask Sun Lang about his obligations and necessity, after hearing this, he still felt ashamed. He was completely in Sun Lang's rhythm. If you don't ask, fine, I'll tell you myself. Sun Lang said. Ronghua Mansion. Madam, sure. She's sick in bed. Her vital energy can't continue. The doctor can't diagnose what illness she has, but it seems like she's been poisoned. The second young mistress and housekeeper, Wang Shifeng, is involved in a murder case and her whereabouts are unknown. The whole mansion is supported by the third young lady. The head of the Wang family in Jinling died in the Ronghua Mansion. The Shi family is eyeing the Ronghua Mansion covetously and wants to seize the property of the Ronghua Mansion. His words were a mess, which made the situation even more chaotic. His eyes became cold and fierce. Who gave them such courage? Who allowed them to pick a fight? Why did it have to happen at this time? Wang Wuan was shocked. It seems that you also understand the principle of not implicating the wife and children. Sun Lang looked at General Wang and said lightly, Unfortunately, some people don't understand. They're just trying to make me choose. If you go to save the Jia family, the Bai castle will fall. If you stay in the Bai castle, the Jia family will be in trouble. Sun Lang shook his finger. Choose this side, choose that side, choose this side, choose that side. They think that I'll choose. They think that I'll listen to them obediently, just like a few years ago, just like 2 years ago. He said to Wang Wuan, General, tell me, which side should I choose? The general was silent. Sun Lang smiled. I don't want to do this question. With a bang, the dining table was kicked over. Sun Lang suddenly roared, Wei Zhongxian. Go and raise my flag. F*King Emperor. In the next moment, Wang Wuan had already rushed forward and hugged Sun Lang. Marshal, calm down. Calm down. Chapter 753. Great General Wang had been completely tricked. However, this wasn't his fault at all. It wasn't that Commander Wang was incompetent, but that Deputy Commander's son was too cunning. After Sun Lang kicked over the table and loudly announced the rebellion, the general, who was still in a daze, immediately rushed forward and hugged the marshal. Marshal, calm down, calm down. The marshal's performance was still going on. Sun Lang pushed Wang Wuan away, his saliva flying everywhere as he transformed into the male lead of a Qiong Yao drama. Calm down. How can I calm down? Tell me, what's left of the Ronghua residence? The old lady who thinks I'm dead. The little sister who thinks I'm dead. They're the only ones left. A bunch of old and weak women and children. But so what? The emperor won't let them off. He'll still use them as pawns. He roared at Wang Wuan. If it were you, would you be able to endure it? Would you be able to endure it? Wang Wuan was also speechless. He was indeed frightened. Not to implicate one's wife and children, this wasn't just a rule of the Jianghu, but also a consensus of the imperial court. This was a rule that everyone should abide by, and it was beneficial for everyone. However, the emperor didn't abide by it this time. He really didn't expect that the emperor would actually do this, and do it so ruthlessly. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to endure it either. But, although that was the case, it wasn't his turn to do this, right? Therefore, Wang Wuan still had to persuade him. After all, if the marshal really fought with the empire, then Empress Hutu would never have a day of peace. No matter what, peace came first. Marshal, please don't be rash. Sun Lang's gaze was like a knife as he glared at him fiercely. Don't just sit there and talk like it's easy. You told me not to be rash. What else can I do? Continue to endure? Continue to retreat? Continue to wait for death? Wang Wuan was in a mess. He still had some doubts and scruples in his heart. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian pushed open the door and entered. His expression was very serious. Master, I just heard it. However, this matter is very important. Please repeat it. Sun Lang turned to look at the old eunuch and said calmly, Raise my flag and send a messenger to spread the news to the world. Send people to contact Ming Province and erect General Bai Yue's funeral banner. Immediately gather everyone in the Bai family. Tomorrow morning, I want to see a convoy of condolences. We will go all the way south from Qin Province to Hangzhou. We will carry the coffin into the imperial capital and bring old Bai's clothes to settle accounts with the emperor. His tone was calm and his tone was low. His instructions were methodical, and the more he listened, the scarier it became. The more Wang Wuan listened, the more panicked he became. This was a F*King epic ranked petition. It was too F*King scary. If he did not stop it, he would definitely be punished. Not to mention that this was tantamount to a declaration of war. Not only would it cause great waves in the empire, it would also trigger an unprecedented bloody war, causing the Empress of Earth, which had just ended the war, to face new turmoil. Therefore, before Wei Zhongxian could say anything, General Wang jumped over and grabbed Sun Lang's arm. Marshal, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? Sun Lang turned to look at him with an indifferent expression. What is Mr. Wang's opinion? Wang Wuan said in a deep voice, I don't dare. However, Marshal, the Emperor is supreme, and his authority is not to be challenged. If you do this, it is equivalent to fighting to the death. Even if His Majesty wants to retreat, he will have to be tough. At that time, everything will be irreversible, and no one will get any benefits. Sun Lang shook off his hand and looked at him coldly. Benefits? What benefits do I want? My family is almost gone. What benefits do I want? The Emperor is about to make a move on the Rongguo residence. What benefits do I want? Wang Wuan said anxiously, They haven't made a move yet. The old lady is just sick in bed. The Emperor hasn't made a move yet. There is still a chance to stop it. Sun Lang said indifferently, Then what? If I go to Jinling to save the Rongguo residence, no one will care about the Bai family. This is exactly what the Emperor wants. When the time comes, they will send someone to take over the Bai family and hide the truth about Bai Yue's death. They will also hide the truth about the sword spirit possessing the sword master's body. If I save the Rongguo residence, they will take the initiative to deal with me. I will still die, and the Rongguo residence will not be safe. If that is the case, why should I go to Jinling? General Wang was tongue-tied. He was speechless. After Sun Lang finished talking, he waved at Wei Zhongxian and said, Get to work. Wei Zhongxian frowned and said in a low voice, Master, Sun Lang said sternly, What are you waiting for? Get lost. This shout was like a thunderbolt from the ninth heaven, giving General Wang a big fright. He subconsciously grabbed Sun Lang's arm again. Marshal, if that's the case, once the war starts, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. The peace that we fought so hard for will once again be swept into the flames of blood. The sacrifices of those comrades who died in battle will also be in vain. Sun Lang said indifferently, "What you mean is that I can sacrifice myself as I wish, that I can die as I wish, right? For the peace of the world, I have to die again with my family?" No matter how thick-skinned Wang Wuan was, he didn't dare to say that. He immediately shook his head. "That's not what I meant." Sun Lang's eyes were filled with hostility. "Then what do you mean?" General Wang's face was covered in cold sweat. He had always been wary of Sun Lang. Even now, he suspected that the marshal was just scaring him. But after thinking about it, the marshal's motive was indeed very clear. If he couldn't even protect his family, what else was there to worry about? He should just start a war with the Empire and kill to his heart's content. This was the result of a lack of information. General Wang's intelligence network was still too weak. If he could find out that the marshal had a bunch of women in Mingzhou, he might not have been so easily scared. However, he was still scared. There were no ifs. He gritted his teeth and said, "A lowly general just thinks, it's a pity. Commander, you made great contributions to the Imperium and should have been honored as a general, and your name should have gone down in history. But instead, you've been nameless and wronged for years. That's too unfair." Glancing at Sun Lang's face, he continued, "Thankfully, the heavens pitied you and kept your soul alive. You should have taken back everything that you deserved after surviving the Grand Desolate Mountain. Your family should have been reunited with you, too, so that the gloom and sorrow of the past years could have been swept away." Sun Lang didn't say a word. "It should have been like this," Wang Wuan whispered. "It shouldn't have been like this. You decided to fall out with the imperial court. Both sides fought with each other and suffered heavy casualties. You, who once made great contributions to the Empire and was the best in the 6 armies, will be branded as a traitor forever. Your family will also," Sun Lang suddenly sneered. His laughter grew louder and louder. He turned from laughing to gritting his teeth. He looked at Wang Wuan and squeezed out a few words. "It's all King bullshit. It should have been like this? Go ask the imperial court, ask the emperor, ask them if they were willing to do this. If they weren't willing, why would they wait until now? I returned to the imperial court 2 years ago and became a first-rank official. Why would I wait until now?" Wang Wuan's words didn't seem to have any effect on dissuading him. Instead, they ignited Sun Lang's anger. He roared at Wei Zhongxian, "What are you still doing here? Do you want me to do it myself?" Before he finished speaking, the Grand General had already rushed forward and pressed down on Sun Lang's shoulder. He shouted, "It's not the same. 2 years ago, it was the Emperor's idea. Now, it's your decision." Sun Lang turned his hand and pushed Wang Wuan's chest, pushing him all the way to the wall. With a boom, the great general's back hit the wall, making a loud and dull sound. Sun Lang pressed Wang Wuan against the wall and stared into the other's eyes. "My decision? My decision is King Hell." Wang Wuan screamed, "Then old Madame Sure and your sister are going to die without a burial place." Sun Lang roared, "Who killed them? You better have some idea in your heart." The Grand General shouted, "If you go to Jinling to save them, they won't die." "Then what?" Sun Lang roared, "Then the Bai Castle will be lost. Bai Yue will be buried quickly. Everyone will pretend that nothing happened. The Emperor will free up his hands to deal with me. What should I do then?" "The Bai Castle won't be lost," Wang Wuan shouted. "I'll protect it for you." The atmosphere instantly became quiet. Sun Lang stopped shouting. Wang Wuan also stopped shouting. He finally said it. The Grand General's heart skipped a beat. He finally said it. After he roared out these words, he came to a realization in his heart. He was afraid that he had fallen into the marshal's trap this time. However, it was still an open scheme that he could not do anything about. Wang Wuan looked at Sun Lang, who was close by, and sighed helplessly. In the end, he still boarded this guy's pirate ship. He sighed again and said, "Marshal, Before he could finish, he heard Sun Lang say, "Forget it, this is putting you in a difficult position. Motherf asterisk cur. Do you still want to pretend to be obedient after taking advantage of me?" Wang Wuan glared at him. He couldn't wait to serve his country loyally and kill this scheming traitor. "Jia, you." Sun Lang glared at him. "What about me? What are you looking at? What, do you think I'm scheming against you? Are you kidding me? I'm rebelling from the bottom of my heart. You were the one who stopped me from the beginning." The Grand General was so angry that smoke was almost coming out of his mouth. He went through an intense psychological struggle to make this decision. He was doing a good job as the Grand General of the province, but he took the initiative to side with the traitor. What kind of spirit was this? What kind of sacrifice was this? For the stability of the country, he didn't hesitate to take risks and tarnish his reputation. He only hoped that the traitor would use a less intense method to express his demands. In the end, I'm still being taken advantage of by the traitor? Do you think it's easy for me? Wang Wuan was so angry that he sneered and nodded. Good. I won't stop you anymore. If you want a rebel, then go ahead. Sun Lang's expression didn't change. He turned to Wei Zhongxian and said, "Did you hear that? Old Wei, the Grand General has approved. Why don't you go and write the proclamation? Invite all the heroes of the world in my name, from the ministers of the imperial court to the veterans of the military, from the peerless grandmasters to the heroes of the martial arts world. Send out invitations to all the heroes of the world. Oh, and also invite some international friends, especially those imperialists who are determined to destroy our country. Invite as many of them as you can to the Bai Clan fort. I have big news to announce." Wei Zhongxian was no longer serious and hesitant. He smiled and said, "Yes." Wang Wuan felt that something was wrong. "Wait, aren't you going to carry a coffin to the capital?" "That's because I'm taking into consideration General Wang's feelings." Sun Lang smiled foolishly and said, "I'm an honest person. Although the general is wary of me and doesn't treat me as one of his own, you're heartless, so I still have to be loyal, right? So, I have to take into consideration your feelings. That's why I came to the capital. Now, since you don't have any objections to my rebellion, let's choose Qinzhou as the battlefield. Let's destroy Qinzhou." The Grand General almost choked on his words. He had a new understanding of the marshal's shamelessness. He pointed at Sun Lang and said with a trembling finger, You motherf asterisk cur." Sun Lang looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Oh, you finally know how to swear. You finally stopped pretending to smile. Sigh, the current Wang Wuan is still more pleasing to the eye." Wei Zhongxian smiled and added, "It's all thanks to Master. After interacting with you for a long time, people become very honest and straightforward. The Grand General is also influenced by your personality." Sun Lang nodded. "Then he should really thank me. Words alone can't express the sincere gratitude in his heart. What do you think he should give me as a thank you gift?" Wei Zhongxian replied, "We're all people of status in the Empire. It's too vulgar to talk about money. Why don't we ask the Grand General to guard Bai Castle for us for a few days as a thank you gift? It's very appropriate. It'll prevent people from suspecting that we set a trap for the Grand General." Sun Lang gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Yes, that's a good idea. Do you know who the Grand General is? How could he be tricked by us? This is obviously nonsense. The Grand General is an upright gentleman, a living Lei Feng who loves to help others. He volunteered to guard Bai Castle on his own accord. It's just that he's used to doing good deeds without leaving his name. That's why he pretended to be a thank you gift. Sigh, what a moral example. This pair of master and servant were simply too evil. They echoed each other, and Wang Wuan almost vomited blood. The veins on the general's forehead bulged as he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. If King regret it. The praise on Sun Lang's face immediately disappeared. He waved his hand expressionlessly and said, "Come on, old Wei, give me a hand. We'll take down this bastard and steal his official seal from Qinzhou City. After that, we'll use his ID to spread the news throughout the empire and curse the emperor to his heart's content." The Grand General felt like all the blood vessels in his body were about to explode. "Can you be reasonable?" As soon as he said that, the attitude of the two thick-skinned people changed again. Sun Lang walked up to the Grand General with a flattering smile on his face. He sat the Grand General down on a chair and began to massage his shoulders and back. "Oh, Grand General, why didn't you say so earlier? I love being reasonable the most. General, please sit down. Why do you have to do this?" Wang Wuan was stunned for a moment. He let out a bitter laugh and said, "You guys." Wei Zhongxian smiled and said, "Grand General, don't be angry. This is an open conspiracy. Whether you want to fight or not, it's all up to you. If you're willing to help, then my master will be able to deal with the situation in Jinling. If you're willing to sit on the fence and watch, then my master will only have one choice left." Sun Lang said calmly, "I didn't lie just now. I don't want to do multiple choice questions anymore, and I don't want to play any more compromising games. For me, it's either I want both or I want to die together." Grand General Wang was silent for a moment. He slowly sighed and said, "Like I said before, Marshal, you're competing with the Emperor to see who can destroy this country first." "You're wrong," Sun Lang said lightly. "Do you know the biggest difference between me and the Emperor? I'm still human. I still have a lot of things that I care about. He's much more dangerous than I am." Wang Wuan could only smile bitterly. Sun Lang patted his shoulder and walked to the side. He opened the window and faced the cold night wind. He said, "Don't feel so wronged. It's like you're on a pirate ship. Right now, a group of old foxes in the imperial court are waiting for me to go back and become the vanguard to fight back against the Emperor. If you stand on my side, you won't lose your status." Grand General Wang said calmly, "A lowly general doesn't care too much about this. That's because the knife hasn't been placed on your neck yet." Sun Lang gestured at his neck. "Isn't it better to nip the problem in the bud? There's no need for us to be enemies." Wang Wuan shook his head. He looked a little depressed. This was not an easy decision to make. Sun Lang snapped his fingers. "All right, don't look so sad. I'm just asking you to stay in Bai Castle for a while. I'm not asking you to lead your men to kill the Emperor. Wang Ermatzi, I'm a kind person. If you give me face, I'll give you face. I know you're in a difficult position, so I won't ask you to do anything that's difficult for you." Grand General Wang looked up curiously. "What?" Sun Lang moved a chair and sat in front of Grand General Wang. "Next, my focus will be on Jinling. However, you and I both know that the Emperor doesn't care about the Jia family or the Rongua mansion. He only cares about where I am. He wants to cover up Bai Yue and erase the rumors of the sword spirit taking over his body. Therefore, he has to set up a plan in Sichuan and attack Bai Castle." Wang Wuan nodded. This meant that he would have to face the Emperor's men sooner or later. "Even so, this doesn't mean that you will be under too much pressure and challenge." Sun Lang raised a finger. "As long as we use the right method and strategy." Grand General Wang was curious. "Method and strategy?" Sun Lang nodded. "We have to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Then, we have to use some dirty tricks. In terms of the grand scheme of things, we can't compare to the Emperor. Therefore, we have to be more shameless." "Shameless? Are you referring to what you just did?" Grand General Wang thought to himself. Sun Lang raised a second finger. "First of all, when you go back tomorrow, you have to officially deploy your men to Bai Castle in a high-profile manner. Then, you have to submit a memorial to the imperial court. Say that the Bai castle has lost both the patriarch and old master Bai. Everyone is in a state of panic and unrest. The Bai family has sent someone to the Grand General's residence to ask you to take charge of the situation. Chapter 754. First of all, when you return tomorrow, you will officially deploy your men to the Bai clan fort. Then, you will submit a memorial to the imperial court saying that the Bai clan fort has lost both their master and old master Bai. Everyone is in a state of panic and unrest. The Bai clan has sent someone to the great general's mansion to ask you to take charge of the situation. An experienced old thief was teaching a newbie who had just joined the clan. It was not that General Wang was stupid. It was just that there were different specializations in different fields. Wang Wuan was not like a certain someone who was full of evil tricks and thought of ways to stir up trouble every day. Sun Lang continued to guide him patiently. Think about it. Bai Yue was a senior official, an important official of the empire, and an elder of 3 dynasties. Now that he and his son are dead, his clan is without a leader and is about to scatter. Do you have the heart to do that? You don't have the heart to do that, so they came to you to take charge of the situation. How can you just sit back and do nothing? General Wang's expression was a little strange. And then? Then, you have to be humble and don't recite poems. After all, you are a general of Qin province. Why would you come to the Bai clan fort to be a nanny? Sun Lang blinked his eyes. His expression was as pure as a little flower. In short, you just have to say in the memorial that you are only doing it reluctantly. The Bai clan fort is very complicated, and you are busy with military affairs in Qin province. You really can't waste your time here, so please ask the imperial court to find someone else. Wang Wuan was a little confused. What do you mean? Sun Lang looked at him. Is it that hard to understand? To put it simply, tell the royal court that something has happened to the Bai clan fort, and I'm here to take over the fort. However, I'm not in the position to do so, and there are too many things that need to be done. Therefore, I hope that the royal court can send someone over to resolve the remaining issues of the Bai clan fort. Understood? General Wang could not understand Sun Lang's thoughts for a while, so he said blankly, I don't really understand. Didn't you say that you don't want the emperor to interfere in this matter? TSK, you are very honest. One look and I can tell that you don't understand politics. Sun Lang gave him a sideways glance and sighed. I don't want the emperor to usurp the fruits of my victory, but if he sends people to deliver food, experience, and heads, that's another matter altogether. After you submit the memorial, send elite cavalry everywhere and set up roadblock. Keep a close watch on the Qinzhou border for 24 hours a day. At the same time, send messengers into the capital to find out who the imperial court will send over. Wang Wuan understood this time. He said in horror, Don't tell me you want to. No. Intercepting and killing an imperial envoy was a serious crime. Moreover, the imperial envoy will definitely be escorted by guards. With so many eyes watching, if the news is leaked, the imperial court will definitely send an army to suppress it for the sake of their reputation. Sun Lang rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Didn't I promise you I wouldn't cause any trouble? The Grand General let out a sigh of relief. Then what do you want to do? Sun Lang smiled and said, Simple. Although intercepting and killing an imperial envoy is not advisable, kidnapping an imperial envoy is a piece of cake. When the time comes, you can find out more about the imperial envoy. I will set up an ambush and think of a way to kidnap the imperial envoy. When that time comes, even if the imperial envoy arrives at Bai Castle, it will be useless. Since the imperial envoy is not there, you can stiffen your neck and stay in Bai Castle. Then, you can continue to argue with the imperial court and stall for time. Wang Wuan took some effort to understand. This is a little shameless. Sun Lang did not take it to heart. As I said, in terms of the overall situation, we can't face the Emperor head-on. If he wants to have a fair game with me, I will use petty theft to disgust him. Although it is shameless, it is useful. Even if you are an imperial envoy, I can beat you with a stick and take you away in a sack. How can you be an imperial envoy then? This is called playing to your strengths and avoiding your weaknesses. General Wang looked at Sun Lang and shivered inwardly. With this person's martial arts, if he were to throw away his pride and do something sneaky, it would be impossible to guard against him, and he would be invincible. At the same time, he was puzzled. He was clearly a great grandmaster, one of the few peerless powerhouses in the world. How could he be so shameless? Sun Lang saw the hesitation on Wang Wuan's face and thought that he hadn't changed his mind yet. He gave him a thumbs up and said, "Don't worry, no one will die. This is the most peaceful solution. You are still naive and too short-sighted. What's the big deal about kidnapping an imperial envoy? We only kidnapped him and imprisoned him. Other than restricting his freedom, we won't do anything to him." What the hell was all of this? Wang Wuan shook his head slightly. He still felt that Sun Lang's idea was somewhat unreliable. Can kidnapping the imperial envoy solve the problem? His Majesty can secretly send people here, or he can carry out other plans. Sun Lang's smile was very sly. This is not up to him. Wang Wuan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Sun Lang stood up and walked a few steps in the room. He opened his hands and gestured the outline of the empire. "Wang Ermatzi, you have to understand that this is not a small matter. It looks like a game between me and the Emperor, but it can actually be expanded into a prelude to the struggle for power between officials and monarch. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Realistic interests forge a firm alliance." Sun Lang turned around and pointed at Wang Wuan. He smiled and said, "Do you think you are wronged because you were dragged onto the pirate ship by me? No, we are not fighting alone in this game. Regardless of whether it is the real threat of being possessed by a demonic weapon or the future consideration of the threat of monarchs, there are many people who share the same interests as us." Wang Wuan said thoughtfully, "You seem to have said before." Sun Lang nodded. "Yes, they are counting on me to return to court and charge through the enemy lines to oppose the Emperor for them. They also have to show some sincerity. Very soon, the Emperor will realize that even if he is the Emperor, he cannot do as he pleases." Arriving in front of Wang Wuan, Sun Lang extended his hand. "This is not for my personal grudge, but also for your future interests, for your position to be a little more stable. Whether it is to realize your dreams or protect your home and the country, you can wholeheartedly do what you want to do and not have to face the political plotting from the imperial capital. You don't have to face the dark and cold gaze of the person on the throne. There are actually many kinds of loyalty between officials." The general looked at Sun Lang. Sun Lang smiled. "Let us lock the imperial power in a cage together." Wang Wuan's gaze was very deep, as if he wanted to see through Sun Lang's eyes and see into his heart. "Is that all? Is that all your purpose?" Sun Lang's smile seemed to contain something else. "Generally speaking, yes, but the cage I have created may not be as spacious and comfortable as you imagine." The general hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he slowly grasped Sun Lang's hand. There was no going back, there was no turning back. Just as the other party had said, this was not a multiple-choice question, there was no good choice. He did not want the empire to fall into chaos, did not want the sacrifice of his comrades to go to waste, did not want this country that had just obtained peace for less than 2 years to burn again. There was only one choice. This was the evil karma that the emperor had sowed 2 years ago. Now that retribution had come, there was nothing to say. Sun Lang smiled at Wang Wuan. "Since we have already reached a consensus, then let us work together happily." Wei Zhongxian looked at the wine and food spilled all over the floor and picked up a wine pot. The wine inside had already been spilled clean. This old servant will go and get some more wine and food? Sun Lang waved his hand. No need, I have to go. As soon as he said this, both of them were shocked. So soon? Sun Lang nodded his head. Yes, but not back to Jinling. Like I said earlier, we're not fighting alone. Not only do we have to win both battles, we also have to win beautifully. This will be the beginning of our counterattack. Sun Lang nodded his head in agreement. He spread his hands and smiled. For this, we need to contact our friends. Wei Zhongxian asked, Master, where are you going? If you are from the northern war zone, I have a list of names in my heart. Do you want me to look for them one by one? Sun Lang smiled. Not yet. I am going to Mingzhou. Wang Wuan was puzzled. Mingzhou. Yes, there is a group of imperial envoys from all over the world there. Sun Lang blinked. It would be a pity if we don't make use of them. Wei Zhongxian knew a little about the situation. He said softly, General Lin and General Shui. Master, are you going to bring them back to Jinling? Two beautiful figures appeared in Sun Lang's mind. For a moment, he was at a loss. His previous high-spirited appearance disappeared without a trace. The human heart and emotions were the two most difficult things to understand in this world. He sighed. We will talk about it when the time comes. General Wang did not know why Sun Lang suddenly became depressed, but Wei Zhongxian understood. In this war, the most difficult thing was not Qinzhou, nor was it the Emperor's conspiracy. It was Jinling. It was the entanglement of the human heart and the toying of fate. The most difficult thing was to face one's own heart. It was to see through one's own heart and figure out what one wanted. The old eunuch looked at his master silently and sighed in his heart. With your personality, you definitely can't bear to tell the truth to an old lady. General Lin and General Shui are also kept in the dark by you, but you still have to make a choice. The freedom of the soul or the peace of the heart, which one is more important? Sun Lang took a few seconds to adjust his mood. He waved his hand and said, Since there is nothing else, I will go to Mingzhou. By the way, old Wei, where is Xiangdao? Wei Zhongxian replied, This old servant knows that Master and the General have something to do, so I arranged for young Master Xiangdao to take a bath and eat. Master, do you want to go take a look? Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, What's so good about a man taking a bath? He was exposed to the wind twice today, and has been busy all day. He must be tired. I won't go over. You tell him to have a good rest. Wei Zhongxian confirmed. Master, you want to go to Mingzhou alone? Yes. Nonsense, why would I take him there? Does he know the sisters-in-law? It feels weird. Go my A**s. Wei Zhongxian said again, Miss Ye Wei came to this old servant today to ask about you. When she heard that you were not here, she went back disappointed. Master, don't tell me you forgot about her. Sun Lang widened his eyes and said, How is that possible? Are you kidding me? She is a girl who is immune to great health protection. Well, it is strange. It has been a few days. Even if it is a beep, the time should have passed. Why do I still not want to **ck this little vixen when I think of her? Wei Zhongxian suggested, Master, you should go see her and talk to her. With a beauty by your side you can also relax. You seem to be too anxious and tired these 2 days. This is not good. Sun Lang thought for a while, and then nodded to Wang Wuan. Let's go. He was the kind of person who was straightforward and did not care about etiquette. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and then directly pushed the door open. He used his body technique and floated into the night. Wang Wuan wanted to chase after him to see him off, but he was stopped by Wei Zhongxian. The old eunuch said calmly, General, let the master be alone. General Wang stopped, but his expression was a little curious. Gossip was human nature, not to mention the gossip of this legendary marshal. Even Wang Wuan could not help but be curious. Who is Xie Wei? Could it be that your master has found a new lover in the past 2 years? Good boy, how can he pass Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai? After Sun Lang left, Wei Zhongxian once again reverted back to that unfathomable and serious Wei the Great. He glanced at Wang Wuan without batting an eyelid. Firstly, it wasn't in the past 2 years, it was in the past 2 months. Secondly, why couldn't General Lin and General Shui pass that obstacle? Wang Wuan was at a loss. How can he pass? Your marshal has a mistress. How can Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai not make a fuss when they know? Wei Zhongxian proudly said, Make a fuss? There is only Miss Xie here, but there is a group of people in Mingzhou. General Lin and General Shui are there, but I don't see anything wrong. The general's body shook and he said in disbelief, What? How did he do it? Looking at his shocked expression and disbelief, Wei Zhongxian, who had seen countless people, immediately inferred that General Wang, who was famous in Qinzhou and guarded the western border, seemed to have experienced a similar emotional setback. Wei Zhongxian snorted disdainfully and said unfathomably, How did he do it? How did the master win every battle on the battlefield? How did the master cultivate an invincible divine skill? Do you know the answer to these questions? Do you have an answer to these questions? General Wang was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. The path of military strategy was the use of the art of war. The cultivation of martial arts was a climb that could not be lacking in hard work, talent, and opportunity. The legend of every famous general of the empire was unique and could not be replicated. He, who was also a famous general of Tianyuan, was very clear about this point. Wait. He looked at Wei Zhongxian and seemed to understand something. Wei Zhongxian smiled faintly. So, you asked how the master did it. Do you have an answer? No. This is a talent given by the heavens. It is an ability given by the heavens. Just like the master who controls the northern war zone and is the general of the world. And you, although you have outstanding military achievements, you can't be compared to him. The fate of a person can't be forced. The simple and honest General Wang was frightened again. After all, Wei Zhongxian's words were very reasonable and convincing. He didn't understand but felt that it was awesome. Is it like this? Is it like this? The master doesn't know how to hook up with girls and doesn't know how to make girls happy. All day long, he fantasizes that there will be good girls who will come to him. But he is too lazy to even move his mouth. He doesn't even dare to eat the meat that comes to him. When he talks about experience, he talks endlessly, but when it comes to practical matters, he knows nothing. He is completely inexperienced. I'm afraid he hasn't even touched a woman's breast. If you say that he is unparalleled in the art of war and can defeat an enemy 10 times stronger with a weaker force, I'm willing to believe it. But if you say that he can discipline a group of girls who have an unclear relationship with him, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. There must be some inside story that I don't know about. Wei Zhongxian had an unfathomable smile on his face, but in his heart, he was muttering something else. But how should he say it? Even if the truth was so cruel, even if the master was a disgraceful inexperienced, in front of outsiders, Wei Zhongxian would not hesitate to help the master finish this pretentious act. This was his duty and responsibility. Wei Zhongxian was a loyal servant. Achoo! The night breeze was cool and refreshing. Sun Lang's slightly irritated mood calmed down a little. He rubbed his nose and said, Who is thinking of me? Unfortunately, there was no one around, so there was no point in doing a stand-up comedy. Sun Lang shrugged and strolled in the Bai Castle toward the Shovel Sword Garden. Speaking of which, Xie Wei. It was not that he did not have similar thoughts before. The truth of the chaos in Jinling was hidden in the fog. Behind it was the battle between him and the Emperor. A battle of wits came before a battle of strength. In this case, Xie Wei's mind-reading ability was very useful. After all, this ability to read one's mind was very useful. No liar could escape her eyes. However, this meant that the innocent little minx would have to come into contact with the treacherous hearts of people again. Forget it. He thought of the hatred Xie Wei carried, her relief, her letting go, and her forgiveness. Such an innocent little girl had experienced a shock that was enough to break her soul in just one day, but her kind soul made the kind choice as usual, allowing her sorrowful heart to find peace. So forget it. Not long after, he arrived at Xie Wei's residence. It was the place where they lived when they were guests in the Bai Castle. At that time, he lived in the main room, the little minx lived in the side room, and Bai Yue was locked up in a nearby place. Now that he thought about it, it was very interesting back then. At that time, he did not know Xie Wei's identity. He thought of her as Yinluo's shadow, so he was kind to her and even taught her some things. But in the end, they experienced something very important together. So Xie Wei was Xie Wei. She was not a substitute or shadow for anyone else. She was unique. A strong and kind girl who was as good as Yinluo. Before Sun Lang got close, there was the sound of trotting footsteps in the room. The door was opened and a surprised smile appeared. Xie Wei's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. "You're back!" Looking at this surprised, happy, and satisfied smile, Sun Lang's heart was touched. He could not help but think of the day when the girl asked him to let go of his hatred and was willing to go into seclusion with him. He thought of what she said at that time. It was like the most beautiful and pure confession. However, why didn't he want to *CK her? After a while, Xie Wei's joy turned into madness. "What are you thinking? You peeked at me." "Who's peeking? I can tell what you're thinking just by looking at your eyes." Chapter 755. Today, Sun Lang had to admit one thing. For him, there was a new category of women in the world. The battle at the Great Desolate Mountain was a nightmare that haunted him. Although he had survived that hell, the consequences of that battle were endless. Even now, the one thing that he cared about the most was the distorted power of the Holy Sword. From then on, he was cut off from women. Otherwise, women would be cut off from water. In his eyes, there was a clear distinction between the women in the world. There were those that could be fucked and those that could not be fucked. But now there was a new category. Those that could be fucked but did not want to. What kind of look is that? It makes me angry just by looking at it. The little girl who clearly could be fucked but did not want to be fucked was jumping and protesting angrily. Sun Lang said seriously, "It's a very upright, not perverted, not containing any desire at all. It's a pure, gentle, and tolerant look of a man's best friend." Xie Wei bared her teeth and looked a little angry. She did not look like a horned tiger, but more like a cat. I don't know if she has a beast form similar to the beast form of the Greenwood Kingdom, the kind with beast ears and beast tail. Big Meow is also a meow. The little fairy's expression was very unhappy and indignant. "I feel very unhappy." Sun Lang pretended to be surprised and said, Are you unhappy? Do I have to look at you with a beastly look full of desire and desire to mate for you to feel happy? In other words, are you thinking of something perverted and have improper thoughts about me? You want me to do some strange things to you? In terms of rank, how could a young and simple little fairy like Xie Wei be Sun Lang's opponent? Hearing this, the little girl's face suddenly turned red and she stammered, No. How is that possible? Sun Lang sighed and said, If I look at you with an honest and pure look, you are unhappy. If I look at you with a lustful look, you are unhappy. Are you proud? Xie Wei's mind went round and round a few times, but she still could not figure it out. That simple little brain was in a dilemma, and she muttered to herself in distress. That puzzled and troubled look looked very cute. The Kata demon's sword floated out from behind the door, and the sword spirit said leisurely, Stop teasing her. Xie Wei shouted, Sister Lu. She took the demon's sword and hugged it in front of her chest. After that, she glared at Sun Lang with a fierce expression on her face. Seriously, you only know how to tease me all day long. Sun Lang smiled and couldn't help reaching out to touch Xiaowei's head. Xiaowei frowned and slapped Sun Lang's hand away. It's very uncomfortable. My hair will also be messed up. The sword spirit acted as if nothing had happened and took revenge for the sword master's younger sister. I've said before that girls like to be touched on the head is just your imagination. Only inexperienced girls would think this way. Sun Lang glared at him and said, Nonsense. This varies from person to person. For example, I'm very good at touching people's heads. Women who have been touched by me will fall to the ground like cats that have inhaled catmint and bleat. However, they will still raise their little paws and beg me to continue touching them. Only one person in a billion will be an exception. The sword spirit chuckled and said, Don't tell me that this exception is Xiaowei? Hey, Xiaowei, let me tell you, I'm super powerful. Only one person in a billion is my opponent. This person is Sun Lang in front of me. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Don't you think I'm powerful? Sun Lang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Respected guest, I don't know if you need any weapon maintenance services? For example, polishing, lubricating, and rubbing. My skills are very good. For a cheap person like you, you must need meticulous and thoughtful services to be able to emit a dazzling light of cheap light. The sword spirit said indifferently, Forget it. This sword of mine is often used, so it won't rust. You should polish your own sword. After all, you have never used it before and it doesn't have a sheath. Don't block it. Sun Lang acted as if nothing had happened and straightened his body. Guest, do you want to personally feel the pleasure of the liquid flowing through the sword? I don't mind. In terms of bickering, she was more skilled. Xiaowei had been covering her mouth and laughing secretly. When she heard the conversation between the two becoming more and more dangerous, she said, All right, don't stand outside. Sun Lang, you should come in too. Sun Lang and the sword spirit snorted at the same time. After entering the house, Xiaowei arranged 3 stools. She sat on one, Sun Lang sat on the other, and the demon's sword stood upright. She took away the 2 books on the table, changed the candles, and added water to the teapot. The happy figure was busy, and the braids on her back swayed. Wei Zhongxian was right. But looking at this figure, his mood slowly calmed down. The sword spirit asked, What have you been doing for the past 2 days? Old eunuch Wei's mouth is quite tight. As expected of someone from the palace, he has been beating around the bush for so long. Ever since Bai Yue's death, Xiaowei, who had read his mind and witnessed the old man's reforging of the gold obsidian into a sword, was deeply moved. She wanted to do something for Bai Yue. She wanted to record the old man's life and spread the story of what happened in the Bai castle. So these few days, she had been busy reading the manuscripts and letters left behind by Bai Yue. The demon's sword had also been accompanying her, so she was unaware of what had happened in the outside world. So, of course, they did not know what had happened in the past 2 days. Sun Lang hesitated for a moment before saying, Seems like it's coming. I went to Jinling yesterday. This was a huge news. Even the shrewd and calm demon's sword was speechless for a moment. She knew the truth. She had come into contact with Sun Lang's mind and knew his biggest secret. As the other half of Lu Shuren's personality, as the doctor who took care of Sun Lang in the beginning, she had seen Sun Lang at his weakest, most cowardly, and most confused state. When she first saw him, she saw him vomiting in a mess, was so scared that tears flowed down his face, and cried until his throat was hoarse. Compared to now, it felt like a lifetime had passed. In just 8 short years, fate had changed. Time had passed, and everyone had undergone unimaginable changes. The fearful and despairing young man from back then had become an avenger covered in scars. He had made the strongest country in the world his enemy. He was burdened with hatred and power that was enough to topple the country. On the other hand, she had been split into 2. She had been exiled from her body, and had to live in a cold sword. However, at this moment, perhaps the sword spirit's soul had gradually influenced her thinking. Perhaps the incident at Bai Clan Castle had diluted her hatred. Perhaps Xie Wei's company had changed her thinking. Perhaps Sun Lang had promised to help her regain her body. Perhaps she trusted this man in the depths of her heart. In any case, when she thought of the past, she did not have much attachment or hatred in her heart. Instead, she sighed and pitied him more. She knew about Sun Lang's situation. She also knew about his obsession, the pain in his heart, and the awkward situation he was currently in. She slowly said, 2 years ago, when the news of your death came back, that woman went to Rongwa residence and helped old Madame Shi recuperate. Sun Lang calmly nodded. He had heard Ping Yidao mention it before. The sword spirit did not know what else to say. She carefully considered her words and carefully probed, "Have you seen them?" Sun Lang shook his head and said, "No, I didn't go to Jinling to see them. It was because the imperial court had their eyes on Rongwa residence. Bai Yue's death and Rushu's failure were very big setbacks. Once I present the exact facts and evidence of the sword spirit devouring its master, the emperor's situation will become very passive." The sword spirit coldly said, "So they want to use Rongwa residence to distract you? They're really unscrupulous." As expected of an emperor. Sun Lang said, "He won't succeed." The sword spirit wanted to ask more, but the little fairy had finally finished her work. She held 2 plates of dried fruits and pastries and jumped over. "What are you talking about?" "Sun Lang, try this. Grandpa Wei sent someone to deliver it today. I have to thank him tomorrow. He's been too polite these past 2 days." Sun Lang smiled slightly. Old Wei was indeed from the palace. He knew how to do things. Moreover, he had told him in advance that he would definitely treat Sun Lang like a young mistress. I don't know if he misunderstood. Forget it, so what if he misunderstood? In any case, he won't tell anyone. Let him misunderstand. Isn't it great to misunderstand that his master is a charming and playful lover? Let this beautiful misunderstanding continue to be beautiful. Thinking of this, he smiled and asked, "Have you made any progress in the past 2 days?" "Of course." Hearing this, Xie Wei became excited. Her expression became very lively, like a child showing off a treasure and asking for praise. She chattered about her new discovery. "Let me tell you, Grandpa Bai was very interesting when he was young. He complained about a lot of interesting things in a notebook. You couldn't see the majestic appearance of a leader at all. Instead, he was like a child." Xie Wei was talking happily, and Sun Lang was listening quietly. Together with the sword spirit floating on the side, they were like a pair of parents sitting at the table, listening to their daughter talk about today's homework. Very calm, very peaceful. He smiled and listened, temporarily forgetting those annoying things. In Xie Wei's narration, Bai Yue's appearance gradually became fuller. He found that he didn't know old Bai very well before. How could it be easy to understand a person? After talking for a while, Xie Wei stopped. The little fairy looked at Sun Lang and whispered, "I'm the one talking. Sun Lang, don't you want to say something?" Sun Lang came back to his senses. He was stunned for a moment and then smiled bitterly. "Where should I start? You have something on your mind. I see it. You are very embarrassed and confused. You don't know how to choose, do you?" Xie Wei said faintly. "It must be the most difficult thing in the world to make a strong person like you feel confused and embarrassed. Even if you tell me, I can't provide any good advice." Sun Lang smiled. "You really didn't use mind reading on me?" "No, His Highness Empress told me that I should never use mind reading on you. Otherwise, something terrible would happen." Xie Wei smiled at him. "I wrote it down very seriously." Sun Lang was surprised. "It's her?" "Yes, I didn't see her after that. I don't know where she went." Xie Wei looked at Sun Lang with a hesitant expression. There was something she didn't know if she should say or not. "Is there any misunderstanding between you two?" "She seems to." Sun Lang interrupted her. No, we both know what we are going to do. Xie saw a rock-like will in Sun Lang's eyes. She sighed and her slender fingers slightly outlined. Then let's not talk about this. I didn't use mind reading on you, but I can see that you have a very difficult decision in your heart. I'm very familiar with this feeling, so I can see it at a glance. A little sadness and frustration appeared on her face. This was the emotion she experienced after going down the mountain. She often heard the teachers say that the world of mortals was fascinating, but after going down the mountain, she understood what the world of mortals was. Xie whispered, because I had a similar feeling before. The feeling of being in a dilemma, sad, unwilling to face it, unwilling to face it, unwilling to say it, not knowing what to do. She looked at Sun Lang's face. Xie was a good girl who didn't seem to find it difficult to stare at a big man. She stared straight at Sun Lang and said softly, I had this feeling before. Ever since Huichuan, ever since I first saw you, I recognized you. You're the person who killed my elder brother. I saw it from the last mental fragment of my elder brother. I saw his memories, Sun Lang smiled, but there was some awkwardness in his smile. He reckoned that he was the record holder for the most direct killing in the history of this world. Moreover, he would neither feel regret nor apologetic. If the family of the deceased came looking for revenge, he would definitely give them a good beating, without any pressure, and then kick them in the face. In fact, when Xie revealed the truth, he was just stunned for a moment and then said, What a coincidence! As for other things, he could do whatever he wanted. If he wanted to fight, then fight. If he didn't want to fight, then get lost. It should have been like this. But many things happened later, and some things were even out of control. Xie read Bai Yue's memories and understood the truth of the battle of the Great Desolate Mountain. She discovered the great injustice hidden behind the fake war and understood the ugly, sad, and desperate truth. This cruel fact even directly shook the heroic identity of her parents that she firmly believed in. One blow after another was enough to destroy any persistent soul, but this kind little goblin still survived. The broken will was gathered together by a firm and kind belief. She followed her heart and made a choice. She even changed the situation of the battle and woke up the depressed Bai Yue. The gold radiance sword sage reforged the glory of his life. That light also made Bai Yue and Xie. She achieved a new self and truly grew up. She finally chose to forgive and be relieved of the entangled hatred of the past. Sun Lang felt gratified and even envious. Every soul was different and every experience was different. Xie could let go, but it didn't mean that he could also let go. How could he let go of some things? Not only could he not let go, but he also felt embarrassed and had a headache. You see, the two of them originally had a grudge, but Sun Lang didn't feel the slightest psychological pressure or guilt. Xie wanted revenge and Sun Lang said it was up to her. However, Xie said, Of course, I forgive you. Sun Lang, who was forgiven, felt that something was wrong. Now that Xie mentioned the past indifferently, he actually felt a little apologetic. The situation was reversed. Xie didn't notice the subtle look on Sun Lang's face. She was sighing. Her entanglement with Sun Lang only ended a few days ago, but she felt that it had been a long time. It was as if it had happened decades ago. Now, she and Sun Lang were best friends. She recalled her feelings at that time. I recognized you, but you didn't know me. With my temper, I obviously wanted to question you directly, but I didn't. Instead, I followed you. I said that I was looking for an opportunity to take advantage of you, but in fact, I was scared by you. I was afraid that, if I said it, you would kill me with a punch. You were so fierce when you hit Grandpa Bai. Xie smiled. Now that she recalled it, it was very interesting. But after observing for a few days, I still didn't question you. Now that I think about it, there was no excuse. I was just afraid at that time. I was embarrassed and didn't dare to face it. I didn't know what you would do after revealing this matter. I didn't know how you would look at me. At that time, I was probably just running away, she sighed. Later, something like that happened. Now that I think about it, I'm still afraid. Maybe if there was a slight mistake, fate would have turned to another point. I might have died, and many others might have died. Maybe nothing would have changed. Maybe you would have fallen back into your past memories and become cruel and bloodthirsty, or even start a war. Sun Lang was silent. There were no ifs in this world. Then, he slowly said, in any case, I'm very happy to be able to sit here and talk to you. Xie Wei smiled when she heard this. She revealed a joyful smile from the bottom of her heart and nodded vigorously. I think so too. I've been running away and didn't dare to face it. But in the end, I finally had the courage to stand up and reaffirm my belief. I went to pry into Rush's soul and encouraged Grandpa by to stand up. She looked at Sun Lang and said seriously, I'm very happy. I also feel very proud. It's only because of my courage at that time that I can sit here with you. Sun Lang's heart was slightly shaken when he heard this. Then, he felt a warmth on the back of his hand. It was wrapped in a soft and warm feeling. Xie Wei had grabbed his hand. The little fairy blushed slightly and said seriously, This is my experience. Sometimes you have to be brave. The situation is not as bad as you think. Just like how I was always hesitating before, hesitating about what our relationship would become after I revealed the truth. At that time, I thought that even if you didn't draw your sword against me, you would not hesitate to draw a clear line between us and ignore me. But now? She smiled. Now, aren't you sitting here, talking to me, chatting with me, and feeling very happy about it? Xie Wei's smile was very sincere and pure. She had gone down the mountain for the death of her elder brother. She had experienced sorrow and joy in the human world, as well as parting. The chaos of the mortal world had perplexed her and entangled her, but it had not polluted her. After experiencing those unforgettable experiences, her smile had become even purer and clearer. Sun Lang could feel her concern, her kindness, as well as her expectations and blessings. Perhaps in this little fairy's heart, pity could indeed overcome hatred. No matter what the truth of the great desolate mountain was, hatred was still hatred. She had the position of hatred, but she chose to forgive. She had the right to hate, but she chose to be relieved. Not only that, but she also sincerely hoped that Sun Lang could also walk out. Sun Lang sighed silently. Xie Wei was unique, special, very special. She was the first person to say, I forgive you, to Sun Lang. Before this, he felt that he did not need to be forgiven. Before this, he felt that he did not need to be forgiven. He looked at Xie Wei, at the little fairy's blushing face, and at her gentleness reflected by the light. He had to admit that at this moment, his heartstrings were slightly pulled. So Sun Lang sighed. I have to say, I kind of want to *CK you. Of course, he was driven out by the embarrassed and angry girl. Sun Lang recalled the girl's angry look just now and couldn't help but laugh. He left the courtyard and walked towards the tarmac where the seraph was parked. Ji-Du quietly came out from behind him. The sword spirit sighed. Are you stupid? Sun Lang just smiled. Forget it, said the cousin. I didn't tell you before. What are your plans for Jinling? Maybe what Xie Wei said makes sense. Sun Lang heard the sadness in her voice. Do you regret what you did before? Naturally, he got a firm rejection without hesitation. Never. Recalling the pain of the past, the cousin gritted his teeth and said, You only know how to stand on her side. Sun Lang stopped and turned to look at Ji-Du. He said seriously, If you had told me about the split personality and asked me to help you, I would have found a way to separate the two of you. The sword spirit was speechless. Then, not to be outdone, he said, What are you going to do about Jinling? Sun Lang's weakness was also poke. After all, this matter was very troublesome. He thought for a while. Let's talk about it later. The first task is to calm down the incident in Ronggua Mansion. Other things can be discussed later. The sword spirit asked, "Are you going back to Xiazhou?" "No, I'm going to Mingzhou to prepare for the second stage of the layout. There are plans in Mingzhou." Sun Lang said, "The other Aunt Lu is there." Ji Du didn't even listen. He immediately turned and floated away. "I won't see you off." Sun Lang laughed behind him. "Didn't you say that Xie Wei's words were very reasonable? Get out of here." After a while, the last sentence floated over. "If there's anything you need help with, just say it. Xie Wei also wants to help you. As for me, aren't you going to find me a body? You'll owe me a favor so that I can do my best." Sun Lang was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Wow, what's the matter? You've been with Xie Wei for a long time. You've become quite cute." A sword slashed over. Chapter 756. From the Summer Province to the Qin Province, then from the Qin Province to the Ming Province. This was the predetermined plan, and it was something that had to be done. First, he had to go back to the Qin Province, drag Wang Wu into the water, strengthen the strategic support of the Bai family castle, and then formulate the next step of the strategy to resist the imperial court. After these things were done, he had to go to the Ming Province without stopping. There were also many things that he had to do in the Ming Province. First, he had to reunite with his girlfriends that he had not seen for a long time. Next, he had to talk with Qi Guanyin and Lu Shouyan to understand the current situation in the Ming Province. Then, he had to find his nephews who were still stationed at the border of the Ming Sui dynasty, and through them, contact his old friends. Finally, he had to consider whether he should bring Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai back to Jinling. Wait. There seemed to be something wrong. Although it was a very fulfilling itinerary, he felt that he had overlooked the most important part. Sun Lang, who was flying in the sky on the blazing angel, showed a suspicious expression. "Wait. Siba." He almost fell from the sky. Emergency landing. The war machine of Li Hua spat out powerful streams of flames downward, and the huge body of the blazing angel continuously slowed down in the air. Then, it landed in a remote suburb. Putting aside whether this was the Qin province or the Song province for the time being, and ignoring the flowers and plants that it had crushed, the huge blazing angel sat on the ground, looking like a thinker. Sun Lang sat in the cockpit with a serious expression, deep in thought. He roughly understood where the problem was. He actually dared to walk back as if nothing had happened. He finally remembered the real reason why he had fled the Ming province, and recalled the fear of being entangled in the Azura field. His expression became very strange. The situation at that time replayed in front of his eyes. At that time, he had encountered the Azura field, but still managed to resolve the problem with his sharp intuition and quick-wittedness. He thought that this was a sure thing, but in the end, he still failed, because his biggest secret was accidentally exposed. Other than Yinluo, Auntie Lu could also touch her without any hindrance. That was why Grand Marshal Sun had immediately fled and kidnapped Empress along the way. His plan at that time was simple and concise, and that was to go to Baiyue Castle and take his sacred sword. Using Master Lu's example as a reference, he felt that the only thing that could resist the power of a great sword was the power of a great sword. That was why he needed the 7 luminaries' sacred sword. He needed more 7 luminaries' sacred swords. The sacred sword that symbolized the Empire's powerful martial arts had a new meaning to him. Let's put it this way. For the current Sun Lang, a holy sword would not be able to greatly increase his battle prowess, but it was extremely possible that it would allow him to properly fuck someone up. And that was enough. It was too fucking enough. The process of chasing after the sacred sword was very complicated, and he had also experienced many things. For example, he had let Empress escape, or he had picked up a very interesting little demon. The friendship and grudges between him and Bai Yue had ended in a way that both sides were satisfied and peaceful. Bai Yue had reforged his lifetime of glory and perseverance into the gold luminaries, and had given the sacred sword that his body and soul had transformed into the gold luminaries' sacred sword into Sun Lang's hands. This was a blessing, an expectation, an apology. It was the final ripple that an elder gave to a younger generation. It was like an elder and guide that you respected handing over the Okamoto 001 that he had bought for many years but had never had the chance to use before parting. It was like holding the future in your hands. If, and I'm saying if the gold luminary's sacred sword really had the effect of suppressing the great protective power, then the things that were happening right now would not have happened. Because in the instant he discovered this matter, Sun Lang's accumulated and extremely vigorous surging desire would have formed an unprecedentedly powerful spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was so powerful that it could directly tear apart space and create a wormhole that led to the Marquis of Jing'an's Fu. Then, the story would have changed from a story of pure love from a shut-in to a story of pure love. Clearly, this was not possible, because the gold luminary's sacred sword did not display the effect that he had imagined. The addition of the gold luminary's sacred sword did not change the distorted great protective power in Sun Lang's body. Instead, it had led him astray. The moment the gold luminary's sacred sword entered his body, Sun Lang had turned into a protruding sword saint. That thing instantly hardened with an unimaginable strength, as if it had eaten 100 Viagra pills. Sun Lang even felt that if he were to lie down on the ground and then forcefully push himself up, he would be able to push this planet 18 centimeters away. But, yes, eggs used. That's right, if he could not touch a girl, then what use was that thing even if it was hard? He could almost feel a deep malice. The water luminary's sacred sword made him unable to touch a girl, and the gold luminary's sacred sword made his thing become incomparably hard. Was this fucking encouraging him to go gay? He didn't know why, but he suddenly became curious. He didn't know what kind of surprise the fire luminary's sacred sword and the wood luminary's sacred sword would bring. He really wanted to know. My ass. Sun Lang scratched his head in the cockpit, expelling the messy thoughts from his mind. The problem right now was not this, but how to report back. Right now, he had no choice but to make a trip back to Mingzhou, but obtaining the gold luminary's sacred sword did not seem to be enough to solve the problem in the Azura field. So after he returned, he would inevitably face the meaningful gazes of the girls. Perhaps there would even be frightening arguments like, "I was the one who went first." Sun Lang glanced at the night sky through the visor of the cockpit. Although the inner cabin of the Blazing Angel was extremely perfect, and the high-quality materials and humanized design isolated all the coldness, allowing the pilot to fight seriously in the most comfortable situation. Even so, when Sun Lang thought of the real threats and problems in Mingzhou, he still felt a chill in his face. Fear. RPG. Sun Lang was thinking about how to deal with the awkward situation he would face after returning to Mingzhou. Ask Lu Shouyan to cooperate. Ask Zhao Yunlong to assist him. Ask Qi Guanyin to take the blame. Sing the song of Hu Shouxin's wife and children. None of them were suitable. Sun Lang let out a long sigh. If it was any other matter, he could think of 100 ways to mess up the situation and get away with it. But for this matter, he actually had no way at all. In fact, there was no other reason. He just didn't want to. The girls he faced were the rare people in this world who treated him sincerely. Because they cared about him so much, he treated them seriously and was at a loss for what to do. When he thought of this point, he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. The Blazing Angel stood up. The giant steel humanoid looked up at the sky. Then, flames shot out and whistled into the sky as he continued on his journey. Xie said that sometimes one had to be a little braver. There was indeed some truth to it. In Mingzhou, the sky was already completely silent. Night had fallen and the lights were waning. The fires in Marquis Jing'an's estate had been extinguished. Only a few courtyards were still lit. Sun Lang piloted the blazing angel through the clouds and through the darkness. There was nothing to see in the darkness. When he took a night flight back on Earth and looked down at the city from the sky, it was brightly lit. That was a wonder created by modern civilization. It was a scenery that the current empire did not have. At this time, Mingzhou only had undulating mountain ranges and gloomy plains. The scenery immersed in the darkness extended all the way, outlining a giant shadow that faintly shone with scattered light. It was a city. Mingzhou was the final destination of his travels in the past few years. He had coincidentally encountered Hu Shouxin and complied with the other's invitation and suggestion, coming to Mingzhou. He had believed that this would be a period of peaceful waiting for the end of the 3-year agreement so that he could launch his final challenge to this country. Burying this country, burying this mistake, settling all the debts and grudges. But in the end, he had miscalculated. He did not pass this last period of time peacefully. He encountered some people and was drawn into some matters. Perhaps it was the arrangement of fate, or perhaps it was the inevitability of the human heart, but in the end, someone had barged into his heart and brought him something different. At least, when he thought of Yinluo, Miss Zhao, and them, he could not help but smile like a fool. With Sun Lang's identity, he also had people he cared about. Even those things he had experienced and those people he had seen, when he thought of them, his heart could not help but throb and surge. At some point, the never-ending roaring and flames in his heart had also calmed down. Although he had not let go of his hatred, he would not twist it either. You made me wait for 3 years, was this your way of thinking and planning? Sun Lang gazed at the approaching Mingzhou and could not help but think of that person. Bai Yue had turned into a sword and died peacefully. The matter of Rongwa estate was close at hand and would be resolved very soon. After the matter of the Jia clan was resolved, the only things that bothered me the most were, too. You and Sun Lang closed his eyes, restraining the pain that had once again surfaced in his heart. The blazing angel made a stunning arc in the air, flipping over and descending towards the ground. He was already very familiar with Mingzhou, as was the Marquis Jing'an estate. After descending to a certain altitude, he shut down the blazing angel's engine. Sun Lang left the cockpit and brandished his sword Qi. He carefully supported the enormous blazing angel and slowly landed. It was already late, so it was best not to make too much noise. But after landing, his expression changed slightly. The rustling of footsteps came from the distance. It was very light and hurried. A voice came from the darkness, and it could not suppress the joy in the voice. Sun Lang. Sun Lang was first startled, and then he revealed a warm smile. He turned his head and said, "Yinluo." The moonlight dyed the ground. The specially opened landing area was spotless, and the two people's shadows were drawn out. The majestic and mighty blazing angel served as the background, reflecting the cold moonlight in the dark night. The girl gazed at Sun Lang and pursed her lips into a smile. "It's me. Are you very surprised?" Sun Lang smiled faintly. "It's very surprising. I clearly entered the village secretly and did not want to disturb you, but I didn't think that you would still appear. Could this be telepathy, some kind of telepathy between the two of us?" Yinluo stuck out her tongue. "In your dreams. It's just that the detector placed at the head of the bed detected the fluctuations of the blazing angel and woke me up." Sun Lang made an "oh" sound and nodded. "So you deliberately placed the radar at the head of the bed." If this kind of teasing had happened in the past, Yinluo's face would have turned red, and she would have jumped up and retorted loudly. But now, the girl only wrinkled her beautiful little nose and waved her fist as a warning. "I'm used to it. This is probably the feeling of an old married couple?" Sun Lang walked forward with a smile and opened his arms. Let's meet again after a long separation. Give me a hug. Inlua's face was a little red, but she did not avoid it. She looked a little helpless but still said, "Okay, just one. Take it as a comfort to you," and before she could find a good reason for herself, Sun Lang hugged her tightly. The girl's face showed a moment of panic at the sudden attack, and then her expression slowly softened. Her hands slowly hugged Sun Lang's waist, and she closed her eyes, immersing herself in the joy of reunion. She murmured as if in a dream, "You're not allowed to do strange things, okay? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." Sun Lang, who wanted to do strange things, was pushed away by Inluo. The girl glared at him without any deterrence. "Seriously, we just talked a few words, and you're already showing your true colors." Sun Lang narrowed his eyes and did not answer. It was as if he was recalling the amazing softness he felt before. It was indescribable. The feeling of a chest pressing against him like a treasure, it was indescribable. In short, it was very good. Sun Lang showed such a perverted expression. Inluo did not know whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and pinched Sun Lang's face. "Be a little more careful. You always show such an expression because you're always like this in front of me. Even now, I still can't quite believe that you're a big shot who once shook the 6 armies." Sun Lang tilted his head and smiled. "Didn't you already admit it? I'm your hero." At the mention of this, Inlua's face suddenly flushed red. Sun Lang became playful and pretended to take something out from his pocket. "I always carry your letter with me. When I'm free, I'll take it out and read it. I've almost memorized it. Let me read the text aloud with emotion. Then, I'll analyze the author's thoughts for you. Take a look. See if I'm right." With Inlua's current shamelessness, she was still unable to accept such a shameful play. Her face flushed red and she stomped her feet. "You're not allowed to take it. You're not allowed to read it. Burn that thing after you're done reading it, you annoying fellow." Then, the two of them began to play around. Of course, in all seriousness, with Inlua's martial arts skills, she would probably never be able to touch the corner of Sun Lang's clothes in this lifetime. However, in all seriousness, when the Teletubbies played a game of tag, they would usually deliberately fall down and be caught because they wanted to have sex. Sun Lang deliberately allowed himself to be caught and acted as if nothing had happened. In the end, Inluo grabbed Sun Lang's windbreaker with a red face and searched it at an extremely fast speed. She suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! You've finished throwing the cans?" Sun Lang nodded. "Yes." Inluo glanced at him and sighed. I'll get you a few cans later." The two of them looked at each other. They felt that it was rather strange to talk about this topic at such a time. Inluo nonchalantly changed the topic. "This time, why did you suddenly come back?" Sun Lang smiled and said, "Because I missed you." As mentioned earlier, Inluo had also grown up. This level of teasing was no longer in her eyes. The girl raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully, "Oh? You only missed me?" When Sun Lang heard this, his easygoing expression immediately collapsed. Inluo still had some resentment in her heart. However, when she saw Sun Lang's bitter face, she could not help but feel happy. She smiled and touched Sun Lang's cheek. "I didn't expect you to show such an expression. Seeing that this expression is very interesting, I won't lower myself to your level first." Sun Lang was delighted at first. Then, he keenly noticed something. "First?" Inluo smiled. She seemed to really feel that Sun Lang's current cowardice was very interesting. She even had a kind of exhilarating feeling of turning over to attack with her head held high. After all, from the moment they met, Sun Lang had a look of, "I'm Sun Lang, I'm the most awesome." He opened his mouth and closed it with his nose up in the sky. He would often mock and tease her when he had nothing to do, treating her like an idiot. But now, this cowardice was really a reversal of fortune. She smiled mischievously and leaned close to Sun Lang. She breathed out like orchids. "What are you afraid of?" Are you afraid that we'll pick up swords and spears and chop you into meat paste? Sun Lang answered honestly, of course I'm afraid of the former. As long as you don't fight, everything else is fine. Anyway, even if you guys are tied together, it's not enough for me to fight alone. Inluo snorted and laughed. Although I'm really angry, don't treat me as a woman who only knows how to throw tantrums. I still know how to prioritize things. We all know. Her expression turned to worry as she said in a low voice, although I don't know what I can do to help, at least I won't drag you down. I know you're doing something very important, so you don't have to worry about things here. Everyone knows that you've done a great job in Qinzhou. If you continue like this, sooner or later, you'll be able to face the world with a real smile, Sun Lang whispered. Inluo reached out and touched his cheek. I always feel that after coming back this time, you've become a lot more sentimental. How should I say it? Although it's good that you're a bit more meticulous, I always feel that this Sun Lang is a bit strange. I think that heartless and cheerful guy is better. Sun Lang was stunned, and then he smiled. In front of this girl, he didn't have to worry about anything. Facing the past, I'll always be affected and entangled by the memories of the past. It won't be long. That's good. Inluo smiled gently. Her slender hand brushed across his cheeks, neck, chest, and all the way to the soft flesh of his waist. It seemed that every girl could learn this skill by themselves. Her tone also changed, and the girl's smile became dangerous. After your business is finished, there are many things that we'll have to deal with one by one. At this moment, what should he say? Should he just smile? No, it was better to smile awkwardly and politely. Inluo snorted. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. This time you come back. What are you going to do? Sun Lang nodded and whispered, look at you, and then Sister Lin and Sister Bao. Inluo's face changed slightly when she heard this. She looked around and lowered her voice. Ronggua Mansion? Sun Lang nodded. Yes. The girl looked at Sun Lang and sighed. No wonder you look worried, Sun Lang was surprised. Is it so obvious? Idiot. Inluo complained in her heart. She knew that now was not the time to joke. She said concisely, General Shui didn't hide it from us. Have you already gone to Summer State? How is Madame Dowager's condition? Sun Lang sighed. It's more complicated than you think. Madame Dowager isn't just sick. The entire Jinling city is in a mess. It's very likely that the Emperor has made his move. He wants to use Jinling to distract me so that I won't have time to take care of Bai Castle. Inluo did not have a direct understanding of the cruel politics of the imperial court and the despicable schemes of the Emperor. She said angrily, How can this be? This is too much. However, there was no point in talking about this now. She asked, So you came back this time to bring General Lin and General Shui back to Jinling? Sun Lang hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. He thought about it carefully on the way back, and made this decision. Jia Su was an outsider after all, and he was the master of the Ningguo Mansion. This meant that he could not go into the Ronggua Mansion to gather information because his status was too high. If he let Sister Bao and Sister Lin go back, not only would they be the best informants, but he would also be able to gain control of the Ronggua Mansion through them. The two of them had gone through military training and were no longer the naive and weak young ladies of the past. They could be entrusted with important tasks. Sister Bao was used to acting, and Sister Lin was often too lazy to show any expression. As long as the instructions were appropriate, there was no need to worry that the two of them would inadvertently leak any information. Of course, there were disadvantages. For example, he would have to face pressure from Sister Bao and Sister Bao. These two girls still thought that he was the second master of the Ronggua Mansion. But no matter what, he still had to do it. He was determined to solve the problem of the Ronggua Mansion and solve a big problem in his heart. No matter what the outcome was, Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai had the right to be there and witness the end with their own eyes. Yinluo quietly looked at Sun Lang. She looked at the faint sadness hidden under his calm face. She seemed to have realized something, or rather, a guess in her heart was confirmed. She suddenly whispered, "Thank you for your hard work." Sun Lang was stunned. Yinluo said, "General Shui and General Lin, they are very, very good people. They care about you and will always remember you. So, don't worry too much. No matter what happens, they will stand on your side. So will we. You have never been alone." Sun Lang slowly nodded. "I know, idiot." She finally could not hold back and said these words. Sun Lang was surprised. Yinluo pushed him. "Nothing, go find them. Don't do anything strange." Chapter 757. The news of Sun Lang's return spread like it had wings. All the girls in Marquis Jinggan Fu were quickly alerted. A certain person was drowned in a pile of rouge and powder by the girls and sons who heard the news. It looked like he was a winner in life. It looked like he, after reminiscing about the pain of parting, reporting matters, exchanging information, and explaining old matters, it took a full 2 hours before the girls who were still unsatisfied dispersed. They all knew that Sun Lang still had things to do. The three rushed to the Marquis Fu overnight. The 4 people sat around the table, 3 pairs of eyes staring fiercely at Sun Lang, as if they wanted to see something. Sun Lang glared and said, "What the F***ck are you guys looking at?" Hu Shouxin rubbed his eyes, looking a little unhappy. It was the middle of the night again, and he was dragged over from his wife and child's warm Kong. He was very unhappy, even though he didn't have a sexual life now, because his wife had finally given birth. She gave birth to a son. Just a few days ago, because Lu Shuzhen was in Mingzhou and invited the most reliable midwife in all of Mingzhou, the birth was stable and both mother and son were safe. As for the name, this thieving bird who didn't know what was good for him completely ignored Sun Lang's good intentions. It had to be known that Sun Lang had once provided him with several brilliant names, but this bastard actually didn't use any of them. Hu Taihua didn't use it, Hu Yidao didn't use it, Hu Qingyou also didn't use it. As for those mountains and rivers like brocade, magnificent waves, they naturally couldn't be used. It really was infuriating. The child was finally named Hu Zongxian. It was Qi Guanyin who came up with it. Hu Shouxin asked Qi Guanyin to be the child's adoptive father. Previously, Old Hu was very unhappy with Qi Guanyin, but after experiencing that incident, the relationship between the two eased and gradually broke the ice. After all, they were all outstanding people in the world and had always appreciated each other. Using the opportunity of having a son, all the old grudges were swept away. Sun Lang was very dissatisfied with this result, thinking that this was a shameless betrayal. He said this at the banquet. Old Hu rolled his eyes. "Just drop it. That year, I lost a bet to you, and as a result, this old man's daughter is called Huda. When she grows up a few years later and understands things, I don't know how she will complain about me." Sun Lang slammed the table. "Bullshit. Hood is such a cute name." Old Hu did not understand the thoughts and hallucinations of the sheepdog at all. "How is it cute? It sounds like a man." Sun Lang's saliva flew everywhere as he said, "It's just very cute. Let me tell you. Your daughter is going to be a marine in the future. You'll definitely sail across the sea. Just remember to avoid the cat people of the Greenwood Kingdom." "What the F***ck are you talking about?" Qi Guanyin came out to smooth things over. "The marshal was busy with important matters and missed it, so I got a bargain. But it doesn't matter. When the child is crowned, you can give him the courtesy name." Transmigrators had a different way of thinking. After all, the education they received was different, and the cultural atmosphere they grew up in was different. On Earth, there was no such thing as a crown or a courtesy name. Moreover, Sun Lang was used to being perverted, so his mind went astray for a moment. He was so shocked that his voice went out of tune. "What? bestowed upon him a whore? F*ck. Are all crowning ceremonies in Mingzhou so exciting? The three men present were stunned at first, but then they all understood. Lu Shoyen was drinking tea. With a puff, the tea in his mouth almost spurted out. Fortunately, he was strong in martial arts and forcibly held it back. Hu Shouxin looked at Sun Lang and sighed. Do you have to? Sun Lang also reacted. He pushed the blame to Qi Guanyin without changing his expression. It's not my fault. Qi Guanyin's pronunciation is too bad. That's why I misheard. Hu Shouxin said indifferently, this has nothing to do with old Qi. I think that only those who have gone crazy wanting to go to a brothel but have never succeeded. He dragged out the word brothel and was full of sarcasm. Sun Lang was furious. He slammed the table and said loudly, my wife. Soon. Shut the F*ck up. My wife has already given birth. Doesn't that mean it has nothing to do with you? It's fine if you say it out loud, right? Sun Lang said to Lu Qi and Qi Guanyin, let me tell you. That day, Hu Shouxin. All right. I was wrong, Master Sun. Old Hu admitted defeat. After all, he was too thin-skinned. I've never been to a brothel before. I'm the one who really wants to go there, all right? Only then did Sun Lang snort and look at the other two people. Lu Shoyen was a socialite among socialites. He immediately cupped his fists and said, Marshal, you're a romantic and talented man. You're the saint of love, who's popular with thousands of girls. Although Qi Guanyin felt that Sun Lang was too flattering and was upright and plain-spoken, he still shuddered when he saw Sun Lang's powerful gaze. Forced by Sun Lang's abuse of power, he finally said against his will, You're right, Magistrate Lu. Sun Lang nodded in satisfaction. Hu Shouxin was relieved when he realized that Sun Lang was still as shameless as ever. He had read the letter that Sun Lang had sent him and learned about the incident at Bai Clan Fort. They were even more shocked than the girls in the Marquis's mansion. After all, they were all heroes who had participated in the Great War of Tian Yuan. Whether it was Qi Guanyin, Hu Shouxin, or Lu Shoyen, they knew the weight of Bai Yue's name. Before Sun Lang, Bai Yue was a veteran figure who illuminated Hutu's military world. This was especially true for Hu Shouxin. He understood the significance of Sun Lang killing Bai Yue with his own hands. There was wine on the table. Hu Shouxin filled his cup and raised it to Sun Lang. A hero past his prime. But at least old Master Bai died a heroic death. If you ask me, it's better than dying in bed. Qi Guanyin sighed as well. They were all warriors, and they knew how sad it was for a general to grow old. If one day he could only linger on in bed, how despairing would it be for a man who had once been a warrior for his entire life to be unable to draw a bow or pick up a sword? What was even more despairing and sorrowful was to lose one's sense of self as a warrior. Both men drank the wine in their cup. Then Qi Guanyin stretched out his hand. A dazzling light flashed and materialized as the sea halberd appeared in his hand. The great general looked at the imperial army who had accompanied him on the battlefield. He used to think that they were his most trustworthy comrades, but now a hint of fear rose in his heart. After all, Bai Yue's example was just now. He asked softly, Is this true? Sun Lang said indifferently, To be honest, I checked Wang Wuan's imperial army at the Bai Castle. I also checked Chao Patao's just now. Indeed, I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Your imperial army may be superior, but it's still inferior to the 7 luminaries' sacred sword. The imperial army hasn't fully developed intelligence yet. In other words, they haven't awakened. He played with the wine cup in his hand and said slowly, But we still have to be careful. In the end, we still don't have enough information. I have to continue collecting samples to get the answer to my question. Hu Shouxin said indifferently, But we still have to exaggerate this threat to the court. After all, everyone has their own selfish interests. When there's nothing to do, everyone will mind their own business. They will only act when they feel that their lives are at stake. It's not an exaggeration. Sun Lang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Since this technology has been developed, with the Emperor's temperament, how could he not make full use of it? The Emperor is the most selfish creature since ancient times. For the sake of the eternal stability of the country and for the sake of hegemony, he can do anything. At this point, a beautiful figure flashed through Sun Lang's mind. Empress and her Tianyuan saber. He had touched the Tianyuan saber several times and could feel the unusual fluctuations in it. If his guess was correct, he looked forward to that day. The four of them chatted for a while. After they finished talking about the future of the Bai Castle and Sun Lang's plan, the topic turned to the Rongwa residence. As usual, everyone scolded the Emperor for being unscrupulous. After all, it was too shameless to make a move on his own family. Moreover, it was an orphan and a widow. Hu Shoshin said, using the Rongwa residence to divert your attention, this method is shameless but useful. Sigh, it's too useful. He sighed but didn't say much. He could only ask, what do you plan to do? Do you need our help with anything? Do you want me to make a trip to Qin province? Forget it. Sun Lang waved his hand. Although your wife is about to give birth, your son has just been born. You should spend more time with your wife. When Huda was born, you were fighting a war. This is a good time to make up for it. As for the plan, I already have a general idea. Sun Lang looked at Lu Shoyan and Qi Guanyin. Ming province needs to continue to set the pace and consolidate our rule. With my deterrence on the surface, the Emperor won't dare to flip the table unless he's 80% confident. However, he may try some small tricks, but what he can do is limited. After all, there are the Martial Arts Hall and the Imperial Cabinet. Even the Emperor has to follow the rules of the political game. Speaking of serious matters, the two of them looked serious. Lu Shoyan said, we need allies, we need the help of influential people in the imperial court. Sun Lang said indifferently, there will be. As long as the interests are the same, there will be allies. The imperial envoy guards are stationed at the border of Ming province. They are filled with little brats from all over the world. I'll go see them in a while. Through them, I'll send a message to their old men or elders. If they want me to charge and break through enemy lines for everyone's benefit and oppose the Emperor, then they have to show the corresponding sincerity. And this time, it will be a rehearsal for cooperation. Let me see how great their abilities are. Hu Shoshin poured another cup of wine and clinked it with Sun Lang. I wish everything goes well and success. Sun Lang smiled and took the wine jug. He poured himself a cup and clinked it with Hu Shoshin's. Thank you for your auspicious words. Hu Shoshin grinned and smiled happily. You're so honorable. They were at the table in the middle of the night. They couldn't just talk about important matters like they were having a secret meeting. Hu Shoshin and the others saw that Sun Lang knew what to do and relaxed. The topic slowly turned to a more relaxed one. Sun Lang usually didn't drink. Hu Shoshin had married and had a son. Qi Guanyin still hadn't completely walked out of the pain of love. Lu Shoyan was a scholar. These four high-ranking members of the system and former system gathered together to drink. Of course, they drank to improve the atmosphere. After a few cups of wine, they began to float. Hu Shoshin glanced at Sun Lang. An expression of watching a play appeared on his face. He winked and said, Hey, speaking of which, you didn't run into anything when you came back this time, right? Sun Lang stared at him and said, Are you still expecting something to happen to me? What else could happen? Of course, it would be my girlfriends greeting me with tears in their eyes and then giving me passionate kisses. Bah, Hu Shoshin said with disdain. Who was it that ran away in the middle of the night without even saying goodbye? How embarrassing! You were so domineering before, But when Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai came, you were scared like a mouse seeing a cat. You were so distracted that you almost peed in your pants. Sun Lang looked at him gloomily. Do you want your wife to go into labor again? Hu Shouxin had been blackmailed by him a few times, and he was very unhappy in his heart. After drinking a few cups of yellow soup, his courage grew a little. He pointed at Sun Lang and said, You used this to threaten me, I'm convinced. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. But this doesn't change the fact that you have a guilty conscience. Weren't you scared out of your wits at that time? Sun Lang said proudly, Bullsh *T, I was just annoyed. Do you understand annoyance? It's just that things are out of control, so there's a kind of anxiety and annoyance. How is that fear? Hu Shouxin said with a smile that was not a smile, but I think you're just scared and anxious. Don't deny it. You're scared out of your wits, scared out of your wits. Sun Lang retorted, Look at what you're saying. Annoyance, fright, and fear are not the same thing, okay? I was just annoyed at that time. It's still far from the realm of fright and fear. Old Hu became spirited. He wanted to see what Sun Lang could come up with. Hey, I don't know. They're not the same thing? Then you tell me, what's the difference? Sun Lang thought for a while and organized his words. He cleared his throat and began to explain his point of view. What's annoyance? Annoyance is when you sit on the toilet and take a dump. Plop, a piece of poop falls into the water, splashing high waves and flying into your eyes. This is King annoyance, understand? Several people showed a look of disgust. As for fright, Sun Lang continued, the so-called fright is when you wipe your butt with toilet paper after you've taken a dump. You can't control your Qilin arm, and there's a soft sound. The force penetrates the back of the paper. When you realize this, the feeling that arises spontaneously in your heart is called fright. Several people's expressions became even more disgust. Sun Lang showed a mysterious and complicated expression and sighed. When it comes to fear, there's nothing better than when you press the flush button after you've taken a dump, wiped your butt, and washed your hands. The toilet water flows straight down, forming a whirlpool. You watch the turbid yellow poop whirlpool, waiting for the moment it rushes into the sewer. You're used to listening to the gurgling sound at that time, but you find that the water level is getting higher and higher. There's no sign of it falling at all. It's still getting higher and higher, he sighed. Your mood at that time is called fear. After that, he concluded, this is called the 3 levels of King. As for me, my mood at that time is just the helpless irritation caused by the water splashing on my butt. Understand? Your reaction when you hear the word give birth is called fear. After he finished explaining, he gave Hu Shouxin a thumbs up. How is it? Is the 3 levels easy to understand? Is it more down to earth than Wang Guowei's 3 levels? Hu Shouxin glared and said, F***CKU. He drank a mouthful of wine, exhaled, and glanced at Sun Lang. Seriously, these girls. What are your plans? Sun Lang said lightly, haven't I already planned it out? It's divided into 3 steps. First, I need to create a good external environment where I can be intimate with them. For this reason, I need to beat down the emperor and his bastards so that I can stand openly under the sun. Secondly, I need to create a perfect internal environment where I can be intimate with them. Sun Lang said dejectedly. For this reason, I need to continue collecting sacred swords and then conduct experiments. I need to find a way to solve the problem of the great health power. Whether it's treating the symptoms or the root of the problem, I need to do a good job first. Then he said, finally, I can be intimate with them. Old Hu looked at him and suddenly laughed. Although this answer is still so out of tune and is very much your style, but I am very happy. Sun Lang was slightly stunned. Hu Shouxin wiped his face, and there were actually tears flickering in his eyes. He reached out and patted Sun Lang's shoulder, sighing. I am very happy. Because Sun Lang, after more than 2 years, You finally have something you are willing to fight for. The reason for participating in this battle is something that only belongs to you. It completely belongs to you. Sun Lang looked at Old Hu and slowly returned a smile. It feels pretty good. Old Hu knew what he was talking about. He smiled and said, "They are all good girls. No matter how much they miss them in their hearts before, when they meet you, they will leave the best for you." Sun Lang nodded and seemed to be immersed in his memories. He said softly, "Inluo is very, very good. I don't know how to describe how good she is. In short, when I am with her, I feel very, very good. She seems to know everything. She knows what I am thinking and what I want. Miss Zhao is still very enthusiastic. She clamors that she wants to marry me. If it wasn't for housekeeper Sue holding her back, she would have run and jumped and hung on to me. Her pure dedication make me very concerned. If I have her company in the future, I will never feel lonely. Master Lu, my relationship with her is very strange. She understands my past, remembers my pain, and has touched my heart. Of course, now there is only one half of her. She is very concerned about the whereabouts of the other half of her. I will help her properly deal with this matter. Chow Patao. Alas, she said that she wants to f*ck me. It's okay. I actually want to f*ck her too. Although I said so, when I came back and met her this time, I was a little at a loss because we are so familiar with each other that we don't know how to get along with each other in another way. We looked at each other for a long time. She asked me if I should start by changing the way I address her. After all, I am used to calling her Chow Patao. If I don't call her Chow Patao, what should I call her? Call her Yunlong? I always feel like I am calling a country bumpkin with a mouth full of vulgarities. If I don't call her Yunlong, what should I call her? Call her Long Air? Wah, let's just forget about it. I thought about it and said that I should call her Sister Yun. Then guess what? She blushed. Ahahaha, she actually blushed. Ahahaha. When the three men heard him talking about his sister, they didn't feel anything at first. Later, they slowly realized that this grandson was showing off. He was showing off, right? As a result, their expressions turned cold and indifferent. Hu Shouxin said with bad intentions, "Let's talk about General Lin and General Shui." The two of them, Sun Lang smacked his lips. He even wanted to continue. It could only be said that the shy Chow Patao brought him a great surprise and shock. He thought that Chow Patao's skin was already as thick as his. He didn't expect it. After thinking about it for a while, Sun Lang straightened his face and said, "The two of them. This time, I plan to take them back to Jinling. Madame Sure is sick, so they have to go back to see her." Hu Shouxin was stunned, then nodded. "That's how it should be. Also, you haven't seen each other for more than 2 years. When you reunited a few days ago, you didn't have a chance to talk properly. There are some things that should be said properly. I always feel that you are implying something." Hu Shouxin whistled. "No, after all, I didn't disappear for 2 years, and I didn't have many unclear relationships with many women, and I didn't have an engaged wife knocking on my door. What could I be implying?" Sun Lang gave him the middle finger, then stood up. "Well, I'll leave the matter of Mingzhou to you. The troublesome situation won't last long. After the matter of Ronghua Mansion is settled, I'll go to the capital." The three men were a little surprised. "So soon?" "Not soon," Sun Lang said faintly. "You've disappeared from the world for 2 or 3 years. You can't continue to hide. There has to be an explanation for what happened back then. You should also have a status for your contributions, right?" The three of them looked at each other. For a moment, their hearts beat very fast. Going to the capital. Going to the capital meant that there was no room for reconciliation. The old things of the past were about to be settled. In a way that no one could have predicted, in a way that no one could have predicted, in a result that no one could have predicted. At least, there's one more reason to join the Marshal. Qi Guanyin said calmly, "For old master Bai and for ourselves." Lu Shouyin clasped his hands and said, "I wish you victory, Marshal." Hu Shouxin said, "Think more about the people you care about." Their hands were clasped together. "It won't be long after the matter of Ronggua Mansion is settled." Sun Lang said, "When my identity is revealed and I appear under the sun, in front of everyone's eyes, it means that the court can no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb, and the emperor can no longer cover his ears. They have to face me. No matter how much they hate me in their hearts, they have to respectfully invite me to the table, and then start the next round of chess. This is the rule of the game, something they have to worry about." He smiled faintly. There was hostility, hatred, and anger in that smile, but it was no longer paranoid or twisted. The anger of a hero was also anger, and the hatred of a hero was also hatred, but it was open and aboveboard, without the accompaniment of demons and monsters. "Guess, what official position will the emperor give me?" Chapter 758. After saying goodbye to Hu Shouxin and the others, Sun Lang drove the Blazing Angel to the south. The imperial envoy guards that had escorted Empress to Mingzhou were still stationed there, but they had been gathered and deployed to a certain extent. Their positions and responsibilities had also become subtle. The composition of this guard was extremely complicated. They were elites from all over the world and covered almost all of the factions in the empire's military. Naturally, they represented all kinds of political demand. Politics was dirty and realistic. If there were common interests, there would be the possibility of flirting. Sun Lang had come this time to search for the possibility of flirting. In the middle of the night, he once again broke into the military camp and visited Qian Yuanshuang, Xie Xian, and the other nephews. He had them pass a message to their uncles at home. At the very beginning, when the imperial envoy guards had first come to Mingzhou, Qian Yuanshuang, Xie Xian, and the others had all brought the goodwill their parents had conveyed. These military giants and local ambitious and ruthless people had all vaguely expressed one meaning. Sun Lang wanted to vent his anger from the great desolate mountain incident. The military officials wanted to retain the power in their hands. Everyone's opponent was the emperor, but they could not drag the country into the flames of war. Thus, as long as the table was not flipped, anything could be discussed. This was the general trend. After all, the war had already ended. The power that had previously been too concentrated in the hands of the generals had become a worry in the emperor's heart. Reducing and suppressing had become inevitable. However, the terrifying thing about power was that those who had tasted it were mostly unwilling to let it go. No one wanted to lose these things for nothing. Thus they could talk. Since they wanted to talk, they could talk. The enemy of my enemy can be my friend. However, Sun Lang still kept an eye out. Perhaps it could be said that the present him was no longer willing to easily trust anyone. After all, circumstances had changed with the passage of time, and people's hearts were difficult to predict. It was no longer a time when everyone was of one mind and worked together to defend against foreign enemies. The camaraderie of life and death in the past was no longer pure because everyone's identities had also changed. Back then, they were all soldiers. Now, they were all generals, patrol officers, and military ministers. They represented the enormous interest groups behind them. Sometimes, a brave dragon slayer would become a new evil dragon. Fortunately, there was a law that even evil dragons had to abide by. This was the most cold-blooded and also the most reliable contract law that ran through human society. When morality and law cannot restrain your partner, whether he is loyal to the contract between you or not depends entirely on whether the sword in your hand is sharp enough. Therefore, this two-front battle was both a challenge and an opportunity. The military officials who were trying to ally with Sun Lang and restrict the imperial power wanted to show their strength and sincerity to Sun Lang, and Sun Lang wanted to show his partners, and even the entire empire, how he survived the battle of the Great Desolate Mountain. The matter of Mingzhou had been settled. It was time to go. But before he left, there were still some important things to do. We need to confirm our operational principles. In the courtyard where little sister Lin and big sister Bao lived, the three of them sat upright. Sun Lang looked at the two girls in front of him with a serious expression. Simply put, we have 3 rules. Since he was so serious about this matter, the two girls' expressions also became solemn. After all, in their memories, their husband was always mischievous and never serious. He would only become normal when he was in a war. In other words, the current situation was basically equivalent to a war. The years of military life had worn away the delicate air of the two young ladies. The two heroines of Tianyuan looked at each other, and quickly got into the mood. They used to be generals under Sun Lang. Therefore, the two female generals said at the same time, "A lowly general, listen to your orders." Sun Lang nodded his head in satisfaction. He met their gazes and said seriously, "First point. That is the most important point. Never, don't tell Grandma that I'm still alive." They didn't expect it to be this matter. They looked at each other in surprise. This was a matter of great importance. They couldn't give orders by force. They could only persuade with reason and move with emotion. Sun Lang said earnestly, "You have doubts in your hearts, don't you? Actually, I don't want to do this, but I have no choice." Shui Baochai hesitated for a moment. "What's the problem?" Sun Lang sighed and said, "I have already analyzed the situation for you. I can't show up now because the real enemy is hiding in the dark. I can only use a similar method to fight back, so that they can be surprised and uncertain." Lin Daiyu whispered, "Can't we just let Grandma know?" Sister Lin really couldn't understand. This was normal. They didn't know the truth. They didn't know that Sun Lang was actually not the second Master Bao of Ronggua Mansion. They had observed mourning for Sun Lang for 2 years and lived in Ronggua Mansion. They relied on each other as granddaughters-in-law. Their relationship became deeper and deeper. They also knew how many tears Madame Ronggua had secretly shed in these 2 years. They knew how much she missed her grandson. Now that Sun Lang was not dead, it was great news. They should tell Madame Ronggua at once. Why did they hide it? Sun Lang said slowly, "Be patient for a few more days. There are so many things now. It's really not a good time. Madame Ronggua knows that I'm still alive. With her mind, it's not difficult for her to guess that I'm hiding in Ronggua Mansion. She misses me so much that she can't care about anything else. She will definitely try to find a way to see me. She will even deliberately stir up some trouble. However, this is not the most important thing." Sun Lang was silent for a moment and showed an extremely bitter look. He sighed. "Think about it. If I show up in front of Grandma, what will happen?" Shui Baochai didn't respond for a moment. "Grandma will definitely be happy. She will cry and laugh. Is husband afraid that Grandma will be too happy and her mood will fluctuate so much that her body can't bear it? To a certain extent, that's not wrong. I'm really afraid that her body can't bear it." Sun Lang couldn't help but imagine such a scene. He saw 2 people supporting an old woman with silver hair. Sun Lang knew that it was his grandmother. When he was about to greet her, his grandmother had already hugged him in her arms. Her sweetheart cried loudly. The people standing on the ground all covered their faces and wept. Then, wow! Sun Lang didn't know what to say for a moment. Even he found it difficult to talk about this kind of thing. Sister Lin, who was silent, had amazing intuition in some aspects. She keenly found the blind spot and hesitated. "Brother Bao, are you worried that your ability will work on Grandma?" Sun Lang nodded sadly. Sun Lang, a pure young man, had the special ability of unable to help Grandma cross the road. Recently, I awakened a new advanced ability, unable to hug Grandma. Shui Baochai also reacted. The two people's expressions were a bit strange. They were shy, surprised, and also amused. That day, when Sun Lang's carriage crashed, the situation was very urgent. The person involved was very flustered, so he escaped very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Empress and disappeared without a trace. As a result, Lin Shui and Shui Baochai still had a lot of doubts in their hearts. One of them was this. They saw with their own eyes that when Miss Zhao Feihuang hugged her husband with a face full of surprise, her body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. That appearance, that expression, and that cry, it was like this can't be. Later, the two accepted Miss Zhao's invitation to live in Marquis Jing'an Fu. These days, they learned a lot of information about their husband from Yin Luo and the others, including this. However, the girls were not too clear on the origin of this ability. After all, this originated from the battle at Dehuang Mountain and was related to the secret of Shui Yao's death. It was a sad matter that Sun Lang was most unwilling to mention. Although Master Lu guessed a bit based on her own situation and her understanding of Sun Lang, she would not say it out loud. Therefore, regarding this mysterious and extremely perverted ability, the girls could only let themselves loose and use their greatest imagination to speculate. After a lot of discussion and guesses, one version became the mainstream opinion. That was, Sun Lang found a secret manual that recorded the top-level technique of Acacia on a certain day in a certain year when he was traveling around the world. Afterwards, he was overjoyed and felt that this was what he needed, so he immediately began to cultivate it. Who would have thought that his own martial arts were so strong that he was able to reach the peak in just a short while? Furthermore, relying on his strong martial arts cultivation, he was able to deduce 8 or 10 layers of this martial arts technique. Afterwards, he was able to reach the peak in one go. Obviously, he had overdone it. When he broke out of seclusion with an excited expression of, "I have been erect since last year," and was ready to find someone to test his cock on, he was shocked to find that his mastery of this technique was too strong. So much so that no woman could resist his power, even if it was just a finger. Undoubtedly, this version was very convincing. Because Sun Lang was indeed such a person. He would definitely do such a thing if he picked up a secret manual of Acacia, and with his martial arts skills, he was indeed able to do such a thing. On this point, all the girls reached a consensus. Based on their understanding of Sun Lang, this guy was indeed a person who could do such a thing. Even Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai were no exception. Of course, Miss Zhao, who popularized this version to Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai, did not forget to criticize Yin Luo. When Shui Baochai raised the question, "Since my husband will make any woman do that when he touches her, why is Miss Zhang fine?" Zhao Feihuang pursed her lips mysteriously in Yin Luo's direction. Then, she gestured with her hands below, "There is so big." Then, Yin Luo heard it and the two of them quarreled again. Because the quarrel was very intense, Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai had no choice but to separate the two of them. Then, using this as an opportunity, everyone gradually became familiar with each other and let go of the faint hostility and grudges from before. But no matter what, the two still had some doubts in their hearts. Being able to make a girl do that with just a touch was too ridiculous. Sun Lang saw the two's eyes and knew what these two paranoid kittens were thinking. He rolled his eyes, rolled up his sleeves and put his right arm on the table. "If you don't believe me, then come and try." Sister Lin did not even think, "Let Shui Baochai do it." Sister Bao did not know whether to laugh or cry and glared at her. "Pin." Lin Daiyu snickered as if nothing had happened. She only showed this kind of naughty expression when she was with someone close to her. "Brother, let me tell you," in these 2 years they were like sisters. When Lin Daiyu opened her mouth, Shui Baochai knew what she wanted to say. Sister Bao, who was always quiet and calm, blushed. "Damn girl! Don't say it. Otherwise, I will tear your mouth." Sister Lin blinked her eyes and said, "Then you can touch it." Sister Bao was helpless. As if she was hypnotizing herself, she muttered, "Anyway, we are going to get married, anyway, we are going to get married." After gathering her courage, she reached out her snow-white slender hand and gently touched Sun Lang's arm. Sun Lang only felt that it was like soft snow falling on his arm. Sister Bao, on the other hand, had a much bigger reaction. Her body suddenly trembled, and her whole body quivered. Her beautiful eyes rippled like waves in a calm lake. Her originally rosy cheeks were flushed red, and her beauty was beyond compare. Then, she silently lay down on the table. Sister Lin's eyes widened. It was too amazing. That was what her eyes said. She looked at Sun Lang with a little curiosity and eagerness. Then, she moved closer to Xue Baochai, covered her mouth with her hand, and whispered in Sister Bao's ear. "Is it really that amazing?" Xue Baochai weakly pinched her. She could no longer maintain the calm demeanor of a noble lady. "Admit defeat." Sun Lang took back his arm and rolled down his sleeve. There was no complacency on his face, no showing off. There was only loneliness and sorrow. How to put it, it was like you could only draw from the friendship pool when you had unlimited holy crystals. Since the terrifying effect of this ability had been proven, the topic naturally returned to the beginning. Lin Daiyu still had some doubts. "Grandma is so old, it can't be," Sun Lang said sadly. "Although I have never tried it. I really have never tried it. At most, I have only tried it with a mature, beautiful, and plump 39-year-old mature woman. But, he looked at the two and said with empty eyes, "Do you want me to take a gamble?" The two girls were speechless at the same time. They also thought of the scene at that time. Once the thing that Sun Lang was worried about happened, this could be called the biggest and most desperate event in the history of the Jia family. A tragedy of human relations, an antique car, an unbearable weight of life. Perhaps Sun Lang's sad and indignant expression scared them. The two girls finally agreed to his request. "It seems that we have reached a consensus." Sun Lang was not happy at all, and even his mood was a little depressed. "Then let's talk about the second thing. I have told you before that the situation in the Ronghua mansion is very bad. The old lady is sick in bed, Wang Shifeng's whereabouts are unknown, and the acting patriarch of the Wang family died in the East Garden." Lin Daiyu and Xue Baojia nodded. Although there was worry on their faces, they were not too nervous. Because their backbone had come back. The real backbone of the Ronghua mansion had also come back. No matter how many difficulties there were, they would be easily solved. Seeing their expressions, Sun Lang sighed in his heart and continued, "I will take you two back to see the old lady. You must be very worried. The second is that the undercurrent in the Ronghua mansion is surging, and I can't show up. There are some things that I have to ask you two to do." Xue Baochai and Lin Daiyu looked at each other and then nodded together. "Husband, don't worry. We are all part of the Ronghua mansion. Naturally, we will follow the husband and wife." Sun Lang smiled and nodded. "Then, the first thing you have to do is," after instructing them for about an hour, Sun Lang finished the tea in his cup in one gulp. After drinking another cup, he glanced at the sky and said, "It's about time. The matter is urgent, so let's set off as soon as possible. You can sleep for a while on the way. I will have the blazing angel fly slower." Xue Baochai pursed her lips and said, "It doesn't matter. In the past, when we were fighting, didn't we also run through the night?" After packing up, the three of them prepared to set off. Yin Luo and the others also knew that Sun Lang would leave soon and would not stay for the night, so they all rushed over to see him off. Recently, there had been a lot of things, and they had been spending more time together than apart. However, parting was for a better reunion. Moreover, they all knew that Sun Lang was fighting with his past. The day of staying together was not far away. In front of the blazing angel, the girls gave their gifts and blessings. Yin Luo handed over a big bag of things with a look of disgust. There were clanging sounds inside. It was the sound of metal colliding. On the other hand, Sun Lang showed a very moved expression. It was just like when he was studying in the third-year Class 8, he heard from the campus broadcast that his girlfriend Inluo had brought a lot of good things for him. Miss Zhao expressed her reluctance with tears in her eyes. Deep in her feelings, she put her hand into her lapel, as if she wanted to take out some original souvenir. In the end, she was sternly stopped by butler Su. Lu Shuzhen came forward. She did not act like a young girl, and only said indifferently, "Let me take a look at old madam's illness. Whether it is illness or poisoning, I am a doctor." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. The girls were surprised, as if they were caught off guard. "You thick eyebrows and big eyes guy, no wonder you didn't say anything before. It turned out that you had already planned it all out." But this reason was indeed impeccable. Sun Lang's brain, which was as alert as a deer's, began to work. He immediately turned on the anti-white radar. This flight was not flying directly to Jinling, but to the Bai Clan fort to pick up Xiang Dao. However, the Bai Clan fort was guarded by Ji Du. If he took Master Lu with him, wouldn't the earth explode and the earth explode? However, this was not the point of the problem. The point was Xie Wei was here. Although Sun Lang was an honest man, and although he felt that he did not want to do anything to Xie Wei, women and villains were difficult to deal with. These girls had a deep prejudice against him. If he said that he did not want to do anything to them, they would believe him. It was better to avoid trouble. But he could indeed let Master Lu take a look at old madam's problem. In a flash, Sun Lang came up with a solution. "The cabin is already very crowded, and you can't fit in it. Besides, we have to go to Qinzhou to pick up Xiang Dao. So let's see how it goes. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late to fly to Mingzhou to pick you up. I heard old madam speak yesterday. Although her voice was weak, she was full of energy. It was just that her true qi was not flowing smoothly." Lu Shuzhen heard this and her slightly cold eyes fell on Sun Lang's face. Sun Lang and her looked at each other calmly. Sun Lang, the anti-white expert, said in his heart, "Steady, my words are flawless." Lu Shuzhen said coldly in her heart, "There is a problem. He is usually not so long-winded." However, since Sun Lang said so, she could not say anything more. She nodded slightly and then stepped aside. Next was Chao Patao's turn. Chao Patao reached out and gave him a big hug. Obviously, those who were strong in martial arts could do whatever they wanted. Although Zhao Yunlong was not immune to the Great Bodyguard Force, he still resisted the Great Bodyguard Force for a few seconds with his strong martial arts and the strength of the Imperial Army. Although his face was a little red and his body trembled, he did not lose face. Zhao Feihuang was burning with jealousy and shouted that she also wanted to fight. However, she was still stopped by butler Su. Last was Courier. Recently, Sister Mao had been busy contacting Li Hua. With a new identity, the driver of the death messenger had secretly changed to a new boss. However, this guy with a head full of violent thoughts and desire to plunder was a little unhappy. Because there was no fight. Although there were top experts like Qi Guanyin and Zhao Yunlong in Mingzhou City, both of them refused to fight with her. After all, for the top warriors of the Empire, fighting with the Blazing Angel was meaningless. Therefore, Sister Mao was very lonely and irritated. Sun Lang promised her that when the matter of the Rongua mansion was settled, he would take her to the imperial capital to cause trouble. Sister Mao was satisfied. After saying goodbye to everyone, Sun Lang looked at everyone present and smiled. "Then, let's get ready to go. Sister Lin, Sister Bao, the two of you can enter the cockpit." The Blazing Angel opened and the two girls who had packed up said goodbye to everyone. Although they had only known each other for a short time, they had a preliminary understanding and friendship. Aside from Sun Lang, they could still talk very well. They looked forward to meeting again. Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai carefully entered the cockpit of the Blazing Angel. Although the cockpit was for one person, it was more than enough for the two girls to squeeze in. Inluo asked warily, Are you going in too? Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, How is that possible? It will break. I'm talking about the cockpit, and it will break when it's squeezed and not when it's wet. Please, Yin Luo, stop having such delusions in your head. Yin Luo stomped his foot. You're the only pervert. Sun Lang smiled. Then, we're leaving. Under everyone's gaze, the blazing angel closed and transformed. The engine spurted out more and more intense flames as the huge war machine soared into the sky and flew into the night sky. Sun Lang glanced at them one last time and nodded slightly. Finally, I wish you good health. Goodbye. He stretched out his foot and jumped high, as if he had escaped from gravity and chased after the blazing angel in the sky. Zhao Yunlong's eyesight was amazing. He saw from afar that Sun Lang had caught up to the blazing angel. Then, he stood on the back of the war machine and assumed a flashy posture of flying on a sword. One man and one machine flew into the distance. Yin Luo looked up at the night sky and whispered, When will we meet again? What will Sun Lang look like? No one answered. No one knew. Everyone was looking forward to it. Chapter 759. The war weapon carrying the three of them flew back toward Qinzhou. The blazing angel turned into a high-speed biplane and sped through the clouds. Sun Lang stood on top of the plane with his hands behind his back. The hem of his windbreaker danced wildly. His martial arts were far higher than Jia Shidao's. Standing against the wind was just to enjoy the cool air. The long flight was actually rather boring. In the cabin, Lin and Shui had already passed the initial excitement. In addition, it was still late at night. It was pitch black below. Even if they looked down at the earth, they couldn't see anything new. It seemed that they could only use chatting to pass the time. However, at this moment, the two sisters were in a comfortable and warm cabin, but their husband was still outside blowing in the wind. This was their husband's love, but it didn't mean that as a wife, she could calmly accept it and even chat and laugh with her sisters. Sister Bao, who was always careful and cautious, would never do such a disrespectful and willful thing. Thus, Shui Baochai's voice was slightly louder. Husband, can you hear me? It's cold outside. Why don't you come in and warm your hands and feet? Let's go out. Before Sun Lang could reply, Lin Daiyu said, You're used to saying such useless nonsense. Why would brother be willing to come in? You want us to go out? Sister Bao shook her head slightly and said in her heart, Good sister, some words are useless. Whether you say them or not makes a big difference. The so-called etiquette is sometimes in this useless nonsense. Sun Lang's laughter drifted in. Pin don't say it like that. Sister Bao has good intentions. You have a straightforward personality and don't like excessive formalities, but the small details are a bit rough. Sister Bao, on the other hand, is meticulous in her thinking and takes care of everything. Although she is a bit old-fashioned, she wins in being steady. Each has their own advantages and strengths. He paused for a moment and then continued, For example, just now there are many things between us that don't need to be said clearly. Our intentions are in tacit agreement. Although my heart is connected with yours and I am endlessly happy, Sister Bao's words of concern and sincerity also warmed my heart. Hearing this, the two girls were startled. After they glanced at each other, there was some disbelief on their faces. Sun Lang performed above his usual level for once, but seeing that the two of them did not respond, he asked in confusion, What's wrong? A moment later, Shui Baochai sighed faintly and said, If it was 2 or 3 years ago, when we were in the military, you would only stand on Pin Er's side to mock me for being old-fashioned. Sometimes you would even shame me for being pretentious. I didn't think that you would protect me like this today. This is really beyond my expectations. Sun Lang laughed dryly and said, Ahahaha, is that so? Have I ever had such a low EQ? This person really didn't know what he was doing. While he was laughing dryly, the two girls were filled with emotions. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Back in the day, the three of them were once the closest companions. The kinship from the Rongwa manor, the marriage that the clan had intentionally arranged, and the love and good feelings that grew from being together for a long time. All of this caused them to talk about anything and be as intimate as one person. At that time, the hazy young girl's heart had already tied a red string around herself and secretly made a vow that she would marry no one else but him. Who knew that fate made fools of people? The affairs of the world were impermanent, and the beautiful fantasy was shattered. Now the heavens took pity. Her husband was still alive. This should have been a great thing. For example, in those stories that could trick people into tears, there were many such endings. The infatuated young miss waited bitterly and finally moved the heavens. She was finally reunited with her husband and then lived an infinitely beautiful life. But stories were stories after all. They were not the same as reality. Although her husband was still alive, the relationship between them had become strangely estranged. From their reunion until now, there had never been a time when they could sit together and talk properly. The two girls' transparent hearts faintly sensed one thing. Between them and their husband, there was an invisible and thick barrier. Thinking of this, Bao Jiejia's heart was somewhat melancholy. She quietly said, "Actually, if husband still stood on Pin Er's side and bullied me like usual, perhaps I would be happier." Sun Lang was stunned. He didn't know what to say, but the exquisite Bao Jiejie had only lost her composure for a moment and immediately began to remedy the situation. This concubine was speaking nonsense. "Husband, please don't take offense. Husband and wife pay particular attention to respect each other and treat each other with respect. As a wife, I am also very happy that husband cares for you." Sun Lang became more and more silent. Although he didn't have much experience with men and women, he wasn't stupid. After thinking carefully, he understood the source of Bao Jiejie's melancholy. It was probably because he had become polite and even estranged. It was indeed so. Because there was guilt in his heart, because there was a thorn in his heart, because there was a knot in his heart. In the end, his identity as an impostor was the biggest problem. He had played the role of second master Bao for 6 years. He had lost himself and had no freedom. Now that he had finally broken free after paying a great price, he didn't want to go back to the past no matter what. This was his obsession. This was his persistence. But this obsession was not so easy to sever. For example, the Rongwa household, the old Shi matriarch, Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai. These people originally had nothing to do with him, but because of those 6 years they had developed this kind of friendship with him. To say nothing else, Bao Jiejie and Lin Jiejie had deep feelings for him. Even after learning that he had died in battle, they still chose to marry into the Jia household without complaint or regret and to keep their chastity for him. How could this kind of undying affection be so easily severed? On one hand, it was disgust and rejection of his past identity. On the other, it was pity and care for the old people of the Rongwa household. With these two contradictory situations mixed together, even Sun Lang found it difficult to adapt. This led to the estrangement that Xue Baochai felt. That kind of politeness, that kind of consideration, that kind of respect clearly became estrangement and estrangement. Sun Lang slowly sat down. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Lin Daiyu glared fiercely at Xue Baochai. She had originally wanted to comfort Sun Lang by saying, "It's okay, as long as brother is brother, many things can be slowly and naturally formed." But seeing Xue Baochai's helpless face, her heart softened. She reached out and pushed Bao Jiejie, mouthing the words, "What are you standing there for?" Bao Jiejie came back to her senses and said softly, "No, I was too greedy. My husband is still in the world and is willing to recognize us. This is a blessing bestowed by the heavens. How could I dare to have extravagant hopes? Tonight I was just occasionally complaining. Husband, you don't have to take it to heart. You must prioritize the important matters." As for other matters, there will be plenty of time in the future. As long as husband and wife are of one mind, there is no estrangement that cannot be resolved. She paused for a moment and then added, "We have always trusted you. Husband and wife are one, husband and wife are of one mind. No matter what happens, it cannot separate us." Sun Lang's expression changed. He seemed to have understood something. Yes. The one who knew Sister Lin and Sister Bao was him. The one who had been with them for several years was him. The soul that Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai loved and waited for was obviously him from the earth. It had nothing to do with the second master Bao who died early. Just like how no matter how his name and identity changed, Chao Patao and Mr. Who only recognized him as a person. Even if the second master Bao came back from the dead, he would not be able to take away all this. Because this was the memory that Sun Lang had created himself. He said softly, "Now is not the time. One day I will tell you everything. At that time you will naturally understand all the causes and effect." Sister Bao's face showed a joyful expression. This sounded a little perfunctory, but it was not the case in Xue Baochai's ears. She knew her husband and she believed in him. No matter what had happened, even if they were estranged now, she still believed in her husband. She believed that he was still the indomitable hero in the past. Speaking was like making a promise. A word was worth 1,000 gold. As long as it was said, it would be done. She smiled and said, "I am not in a hurry. There will be plenty of time in the future." Sun Lang also smiled. For the first time, he found that this idiom was so pure. He also said, "There will be plenty of time in the future." Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Sister Lin, who had been silent all this time, said, "Only Xue Baochai is suspicious. I am different. I have always believed in my brother. I will not be suspicious and worry about this and that." Sister Bao spat and said, "Okay. I am a little girl who is suspicious of her husband, okay?" Sun Lang teased and said, "Sister Bao is not a little girl. You are clearly a big girl." Xue Baochai blushed and said, "My husband." Lin Daiyu added as if nothing had happened, "That's right. Xue Baochai seems to be aloof from worldly affairs, but she hides evil in her heart. She is very tricky. At that time, she told me that a girl's body is a gift from God. As long as she grows up properly, she will not be beautiful if she adds or subtracts a little bit. Then, behind her back, she will secretly rub her body every night when she goes to bed." "I wonder," Sister Bao screamed, "see if I don't tear your mouth apart." Lin Daiyu laughed and retorted. Sun Lang slowly lay down on the blazing angel's wide and flat back, silently locking all the buttons and levers in the cockpit to prevent the two of them from accidentally touching any dangerous buttons. For example, an emergency ejection device or something. That's not right. There is no emergency ejection button in the Blazing Angel. Generally speaking, for the Lihua Nation, the cost of training pilots was much higher than the cost of producing war machines. Even if an ace pilot's vehicle was destroyed, he could still escape and change to a new one. He would still be a powerful ace in combat. For this reason, even the crude Russians had formulated relevant pilot protection measures. They increased the survival rate of pilots from various aspects such as technology, military law, and rescue protection systems. But this rule did not apply to the Blazing Angel. This was because the Blazing Angel could not be mass-produced, and it was extremely difficult to manufacture. Every Blazing Angel represented a long history and endless glory. It was the highest manifestation of the power of fire in the Lihua Nation, and represented the strength and dignity of the Order of Flames. The Flame Guards must live and die with the Blazing Angel. If the Blazing Angel was destroyed, the Flame Guards would not need to return. Instead of installing an emergency ejection device, it was better to install a powerful self-destruct device. Damn, the self-destruct button is even more dangerous than the emergency ejection button. Sun Lang lay flat on the back of the blazing angel and listened to the laughter from below. He had a smile on his face. Although Sister Bao sounded angry, she was actually very happy. Undoubtedly, this was the way everyone was familiar with and missed. The three of them in their youthful and beautiful years. The blazing angel landed in the Bai family castle. Sun Lang was very smart and he was a military strategist. As a general, he knew that he could correct his mistakes and draw inferences from them. After the accident in Bright Province, he learned from the painful experience and learned from it. He would not allow the same thing to happen again. Therefore, the landing site this time was at the horse farm of Bai Castle, not the apron of Show Sword Garden. Why? Was there a need to ask? Although it was the second half of the night, what if Xie Wei wasn't asleep and Ji Du also heard the commotion? This little goblin came to hold a welcoming ceremony for me on a whim and happened to bump into Sister Lin and the others? Wouldn't that be awkward? Wouldn't I have to take the blame again? I have no interest in this little minx at all. Wouldn't I be wronged if I took the blame? If I was wronged, with my personality, I would definitely go all out. If you wronged me, I would do it for you. Who knows, I might even CK this little minx. Then, there would be a series of problems such as harem fighting, marriage, reproductive isolation, children's names, where to go to school, which school to buy, which school to send the children to, who to marry, and how much dowry or betrothal gift. Why bother? Why bother? In order to prevent such a sad thing from happening, Sun Lang decided to solve the problem from the root. That was, he would land at another place, arrange things, bring Jia Sherdao over, tie him to the bomb rack and leave. His plan was very delicate. It must be said that Wei Zhongxian and Sun Lang were birds of a feather, a pair of master and servant. As soon as Sun Lang landed, the spies arranged by Wei Zhongxian quickly reported back. When old Wei heard that Sun Lang had landed at the horse farm this time, he found it strange at first, and then immediately realized the key to the problem. His master had most likely brought General Lin and General Shui. That was why he was afraid to meet Miss Xie. Alas, he was still so timid. No matter how much he sighed and mocked in his heart, he still had to do what he had to do. Good Wei Zhongxian immediately arranged the most important thing. He thought for a moment, then sent someone to call Yu Zhuoran over quickly and sent little Yeye to keep watch near the Show Sword Garden. This wasn't the most cunning thing. The most cunning thing was that Wei Zhongxian had lied to little Yeye and said that Sun Lang was worried about Xie Wei's safety. The person in charge of protecting him tonight had something to do and asked him to take over. Why did he do that? Because Xie Wei could read minds. If he told the truth, what if Yu Zhuoran made a noise and attracted Xie Wei's attention, causing the little minx to subconsciously use her mind-reading ability and read something like, "The marshal sent me to keep watch outside the house because his wife is here. He's afraid that the backyard will be on fire and the grape trellis will fall." Alas, how sad! Wouldn't that be the end? At that time, the marshal would be slapped in the face by the old cat at home. He would definitely vent his anger and cause chaos. Look, if he lied now, even if his mind was read, he would only read something like, "The marshal really cares about Miss Xie." It was killing two birds with one stone. Oh yeah. This pair of master and servant really complemented each other. Sun Lang led Lin Shui and Yu Zhuoran downstairs. Wei Zhongxian had already brought people to greet them. The two sides greeted each other. Sister Bao first stopped Wei Zhongxian, who was about to give a big bow, and then greeted him with the courtesy of an elder. She was a polite and modest person, and had never been conceited. When she was living in Rongwa Mansion, everyone liked her. Moreover, she knew Sun Lang's attitude towards Wei Zhongxian, so how could she be arrogant in front of old Wei? Sister Lin didn't even look at Wei Zhongxian. She just stood behind Sun Lang. She had a strong and arrogant personality. After meeting Sun Lang, she was instigated to become even worse. She would ignore anyone she wasn't interested in. In the end, Sun Lang patted Wei Zhongxian on the shoulder and smiled amiably. "Old Wei, is everything all right in the backyard?" Wei Zhongxian lowered his head and smiled. "You're on help. Master doesn't need to worry." Sun Lang nodded and said, "It's been hard on him. He doesn't have any opinions, right?" Wei Zhongxian replied, "Master is benevolent and righteous. He will naturally do his best to help you." This pair of master and servant had a secret conversation as if nothing had happened. Sun Lang was completely relieved and began to ask about the business. "Where is Xiang Dao?" Wei Zhongxian replied, "It seems that young Master Xiang Dao is resting. I have already sent someone to invite him. The weather is cold. Master and madams, do you want to rest?" Sun Lang's expression didn't change. He said, "We are going to Xiaozhou. Let's rest after we return to Jinling." A long night was fraught with problems. What the F***ck was resting? It was right to leave as soon as possible. Sun Lang and Wei Zhongxian echoed each other and decided on the matter. At this moment, Xue Baochai hesitated for a moment and said softly, "My husband, there is something that I need to ask you." Sun Lang turned his head and said, "Do you want to rest for a while?" Baochai shook her head. "No, it's about old Master Bai. He was a pillar of the country, a pillar of the army, and a senior to all of us. Since we're here, shouldn't we go and pay our respects to him?" Sun Lang looked at Wei Zhongxian. Wei Zhongxian replied, "Madam, old Master Bai hasn't been buried yet. In the coffin, only his clothes are left. Moreover, the descendants of the Bai family are guarding the coffin. Madam, there will be too many people watching. I'm afraid there will be trouble. In my humble opinion, it's better not to go. Madam and Master are husband and wife. There is no need to pay respects to old Master Bai." Sun Lang said at the right time, "After this matter is over, old Master Bai will be buried in glory. It's not too late to come then. Old Wei is right. With our relationship with old Master Bai, he won't care about this." Since her husband said so, Sister Bao nodded and said, "Let's do as you say." At this moment, Jia Sherdao finally arrived. Previously, he had been tied to the bomb rack and blown all the way. After landing, Sun Lang had used his vigorous internal energy to stimulate his meridians and acupoint. Because of this, his internal energy had improved a little. After eating a full meal and taking a hot bath, his whole body felt even more comfortable. He really had a good sleep. He had just woken up and heard that his brother was back. Without thinking, he hurriedly dressed and rushed over. This idiot really lacked experience, didn't have eyes, and was too broken. After greeting his brother and two sisters-in-law, he casually asked Sun Lang, "Brother, why did you stop the blazing angel here this time?" "Asaba, when we go to Xiaozhou this time, I'll stick the barrel of the machine gun into your ass and pick you up." Wei Zhongxian looked at Jia Sherdao with pity and then said, "This trip is in a hurry. Young Master Sherdao, you should be on your way." Jia Sherdao didn't hear the great malice and hint in Wei Zhongxian's words. He glanced at the seraph and was shocked. The fear of being tied to the bomb rack and blown in the wind rose in his heart again. Sun Lang smiled and said, "It's an emergency. This is a bad plan. Brother, please bear with it." Brother. Jia Sherdao shuddered. Usually, when Sun Lang called him brother, it was usually a signal that he was in trouble. But Jia Sherdao was confused. What did he do wrong? Sun Lang turned back with a smile and said to Sister Lin and Xue Baochai, "Let's go." The two girls naturally didn't have any objections. The cockpit of the Seraph was designed according to the standards of the Russians. After stuffing the two of them in, it didn't feel crowded. They were warriors and soldiers, so they had strong endurance. A few hours of flight was nothing. Jia Sherdao watched the two sisters-in-law enter the cockpit and subconsciously reached out his hand. But in the next moment, Sun Lang wrapped his arm around his shoulder and stopped him from asking for help. Sun Lang said in a friendly tone, "Yesterday, little brother's inner strength improved greatly." "Congratulations," Brother Xian said with a trembling voice. "It's all thanks to you, brother." "I'll remember." Sun Lang had a gratified look on his face as he nodded repeatedly. "I'm relieved that you're so sensible. But you don't have to thank me. You're my younger brother, but your martial arts are so bad. This is my responsibility. I didn't supervise you properly, so I'll take this opportunity to give you some tutoring." He walked to the seraph with Jia Sherdao in his arms and explained the new teaching plan. Practicing kung fu has to be done step by step. Every stage has its own method. You improved greatly last night, which is gratifying, but it also means that the original method isn't suitable anymore. It's a bit outdated. Jia Sherdao was frightened. Then what should we do?" Sun Lang grabbed Jia Sherdao and snapped his fingers. The seraph shot out flames and then soared into the sky. He pulled his brother up and smiled. "Face the wind." Wei Zhongxian stayed where he was and smiled at the sky. The first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar, and the third time was a walk in the park. It only took 4 to 6 hours for the seraph to arrive at Summer State, near Jinling. On a remote mountain, Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai came out of the cockpit. They looked around at the scenery that was different from the north. The air was warm, the mountains were not high, and the mountains were green. This was undoubtedly the scenery of Jiangnan, and the silhouette of the city in the distance explained everything. "This is Jinling." Until now, they were really shocked. It turned out that it only took such a short time to rush all the way from Qinzhou to Summer State. It was really incredible. No wonder my husband liked these technical artifacts so much before, Xue Baochai said thoughtfully. If there were many similar and larger flying machines, wouldn't it allow an entire army to cross thousands of miles in a few hours? Like divine soldiers descending from the sky, they could conquer the city and sweep the enemy? Soldiers could even use such ingenious machines as mounts and gallop in the sky. They could attack separately and together, attack at close range, and flee far away. It's much better than military horses. Shi and Lin Daiyu were both experts in cavalry warfare in the new generation of the Imperial Army. Lin Daiyu was good at heavy cavalry serial assaults, and Xue Baochai was good at light cavalry harassment, so she had a deep impression of the seraph's lightning speed. As soon as she said this, not only Sun Lang and Lin Daiyu, but even Jia Sherdao, who was sitting on the side with a bitter face, couldn't help but laugh. Things are the same, but people are different. We've all changed. Miss Xue has also become a standard soldier. Sun Lang smiled. Our hometown is right in front of us. Why are you talking about this? Let's go. Sister Bao came back to her senses, and her gentle eyes fell on Sun Lang with warm affection. She nodded and said, "Yes, my husband." "Let's go home." Sun Lang was stunned, and then slowly nodded. "Yes, let's go home." Chapter 760. Since they had already met up with Jia Su, they didn't need to sneak into the city this time. According to the agreement, the four of them found the carriage waiting in the nearby town. The coachman in charge of driving the carriage was the son of a loyal and capable servant of the Ningguo mansion. There was no need for any secret signal. Jia Sherdao's face was the biggest token. The carriage set off and went all the way to Jinling. Although the coachman was familiar with Jia Sherdao, he had obviously received Jia Su's order to keep quiet and not answer any questions. Only the crisp sound of the whip and the shouting of the horses could be heard outside the carriage. In the carriage, Sun Lang said, "Let's go to the Ningguo mansion first and discuss the next step with Uncle. Now that there are undercurrents in the Rongguo mansion, you have to follow my orders. Safety first, don't do anything on your own. With me here, you don't need to take any risk. The two girls nodded obediently. The journey wasn't boring. Sun Lang's knot in his heart had been slightly untied, and the discomfort and alienation he felt at the beginning had dissipated a lot. His nature as a homebody was exposed again, and he started to talk nonsense again. Coupled with Jia Shidao's intention to be a supporting character, he soon started to chat and laugh with his two nominal wives. The carriage ran into a little trouble when they entered the city. As the four of them were talking and laughing, they suddenly realized that the carriage was slowing down. The coachman's voice came from the front door. "There are guards at the gate. Please don't be impatient. I'll take care of everything." Sun Lang and Jia Shidao looked at each other and didn't think much of it. The last time they entered the city, they were also stopped by the guards and checked, but they were let go after showing the token of the Jia mansion. After all, they were one of the four dominant families in Jinling and enjoyed great privileges in the city. They sat in their seats and heard the familiar diplomatic language outside. The coachman was greeting, complimenting and giving money to the guards at the gate. He was very familiar with this. He said that he was from the Su family in the west of the city, and that the young master and young lady of the family were in the carriage. They went to the south of the city to visit relatives the day before yesterday and were released today. Because there were women in the carriage, he asked the officers to make it convenient for them so that they wouldn't offend them. This should be another instruction from Jia Su. Eldest uncle is really cautious, he doesn't want to reveal any flaws. Logically speaking, if they had given them enough face and money, and then used the name of a medium-sized family in the city, these officers and soldiers who bullied the weak and feared the strong should have let them pass. However, this time they were rejected. No. His Excellency has ordered us to check the passers-by carefully and not slack off. Sun Lang and Jia Shidao looked at each other. He wasn't so strict last time. The same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. It seemed that someone was finally unable to sit still. Then, who was it that was pressuring the Jinling prefectural magistrate to set up checkpoints at the four gates? The coachman outside didn't panic when he heard this. He smiled and said, "Could it be that my Su family would smuggle people into the city? It is indeed my family's young master and young lady in the carriage. Officers, please be magnanimous." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier who had answered earlier shouted, "Master Fu Zun has ordered that no matter how much money you have, you can't do it. We're just here to take a look. We won't disturb your family's noble. Don't be so noisy." After all, Jia Shidao wasn't very shrewd. When he heard this, his expression changed slightly. The soldiers guarding the gate were not worth mentioning. The Ningguo mansion could crush their whole family into powder if they turned over slightly. However, at this moment it was troublesome for them to check by force. After all, his reputation as young Master Jia of the Ningguo mansion was still well known in Jinling. If these guards recognized the Duke of the Ningguo mansion, or even the two female generals of the Rongguo mansion, it was easy to deal with these soldiers, but if the news leaked out, it would undoubtedly affect his brother's big plan. If things developed to that point, no matter how much he vented his anger on these soldiers, it would be useless. He was thinking about how to resolve this situation. At least, he had to minimize the impact and accident. All kinds of methods such as silencing people and blocking the news popped up. Then he subconsciously glanced at Sun Lang, wanting to see if his brother had any countermeasures and ideas. He saw his brother waving his hand at him, indicating that he should calm down. Jia Shidao's heart relaxed. If his brother was like this, he must have a plan. Outside, the coachman was still fighting with the soldiers. In the carriage, Sun Lang smiled confidently at the other three people, and then took out a yellow object from his pocket. Of course, it wasn't canned herring. It was a big gold ingot of extremely high purity. Money? Jia Shidao was startled at first, and then he was a little disappointed. This gold ingot was very big. It weighed 50 ounces. Normally, it would probably make the soldiers outside look like dogs. However, it was obvious that they didn't want to take money. Even if he took it out, it would be useless. Moreover, if he took out such a large amount of money just to avoid being checked, it would make him even more suspicious. However, to Jia Shidao's surprise, his brother didn't throw this big gold ingot out. Instead, he put it in his palms and began to knead and press it with force. Sun Lang's martial arts were extremely strong. He could crush steel and iron with just his bare hands, let alone something as soft as gold. This gold ingot was casually kneaded by him a few times and turned into a pancake. It was just like plasticine, and he could knead it however he wanted. Jia Shidao admired his brother's strong palm strength, but he was a little confused. What was his brother trying to do? Was he trying to bribe or threaten him by giving out this flattened gold ingot? That still wouldn't work. You've shown such strong martial arts, so you're also very suspicious. Then, something happened that made him speechless. After crushing the gold ingot into a flat cake, his brother didn't stop. His palm strength was so strong, and he used it so well that his force could spread all over the gold ingot and make it automatically change shape. Under Jia Shidao's stunned gaze, the irregularly shaped gold cake slowly changed shape. It first turned into a square card, and then a pattern emerged. It was a terrifying golden dragon with its fangs and claws around the gold cake, as if it was about to soar into the sky. Then, 4 big words appeared on the surface of the card that was as smooth as a mirror. As if I'm here in person. F***CK. How could this work? Jia Shidao watched a terrible forgery operation the whole time, and it was a heinous crime of forging the administrative supplies of national leaders. It was enough to destroy national security. Sun Lang held the hot gold ingot, gave Jia Shidao a thumbs up, and showed his shining teeth. Gold Holy Sword, known as the Holy Sword Lathe, also known as the 7 Luminaries Vice. It's good at all kinds of fine processing of light and heavy metals, and it's also good at metal molding, consecrating, and other businesses. You deserve it. Gold quality, first in the world. Xue Baochai shook her head helplessly and sighed. Lin Daiyu, on the other hand, clapped her hands lightly and looked like she was saying, "Brother, you're so awesome." Sun Lang smiled and mouthed to them, "You scared those bastards to death." But fortunately, before Sun Lang could raise this thing to scare people, the coachman exploded. Check, check, check. I'm just a servant, and I can't stop you officials. I can't do anything if you want to offend the nobles. It's just that the Su family has been in Jinling for 100 years, and the women have never been stopped for questioning. I've lost face this time, and I'll be punished when I go back. You officials, don't expect the Su family to let this go so easily. His voice contained uncontrollable grief, indignation, and helplessness. Presumably, his acting skills were also very good. It was obvious that the soldiers were intimidated. After a moment of hesitation, one of them advised, forget it. The manor head ordered us to strictly investigate those who leave the city. Why would we investigate him when he enters the city? He'll be the bad guy for no reason." The two sides argued for a while and finally let them go. After all, they were just a few ordinary soldiers, and they had their own concerns and considerations. They couldn't completely carry out the orders of their superiors. The coachman drove the carriage into the city as if nothing had happened. After a while, Jia Shidao sighed softly and looked at Sun Lang with a wry smile. "Brother, you're not really going to use this thing to scare people, are you?" Sun Lang tossed the golden token arrow in his hand and smiled. "Why not? Although I haven't used it yet, it's okay. It'll definitely be useful in the future." With his martial arts and his understanding of the Empire's system, he could carve all kinds of tokens and seals as he pleased for fun. After obtaining the gold luminous sacred sword, this ability had been strengthened to the extreme. If necessary, he could use this ability to mess around and fish in troubled waters. It was simply too awesome. Jia Sherdao sighed helplessly and didn't know what to say. After Sun Lang put away the token, he leaned back against the side of the carriage and said meaningfully, "Compared to this, I'm more interested in another thing." Jia Sherdao understood. "Brother, you mean the city gate has been strengthened?" Sun Lang nodded. "Yes. I heard from the 8 soldiers that the Jinling magistrate ordered them to strengthen the inspection today. So, who's pressuring the government?" Jia Sherdao hesitated. "Is it the Wang family? Based on the time, they should have noticed something wrong. After all, Wang Zixing has been out all night and there's no news about him. He's the acting head of the family. This is not a small matter." Sun Lang said slowly, "What if it's not?" Jia Sherdao was stunned at first, then his expression became serious. "What if it's not? Did the magistrate do it on his own? Did the Shi family say something? Or," Sun Lang said faintly, "don't think too much about it. Let your father find out." The carriage passed through the streets and alleys. Instead of going straight to the Ningguo mansion, they took a few detours in the city. The coachman whispered a few words as he drove the carriage. There were secret sentries of the Ningguo mansion watching the important roads along the way, which could prevent the enemy from tracking and tailing them. Jia Su had arranged everything flawlessly. After a while, they got off the carriage and entered the Ningguo mansion in a few sedan chairs. Finally, they saw Duke Ning Jia Su, who was waiting there. Jia Su had already received the news that Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai were coming together, so he wasn't surprised to see the 2 niece-in-law. He was neither indifferent nor enthusiastic. He only responded to their greetings and ignored Jia Sherdao's greetings. It seemed that the father and son were still in a cold war. After the greeting, Jia Su went straight to the point. He was the elder of the group and only cared about Sun Lang. After all, among the younger generation of the Jia family, only Sun Lang was worthy of being on equal terms with him. Moreover, he had long regarded his nephew as the head of the Rongguo mansion. The heads of the Rongguo mansion and Ningguo mansion were discussing family matters. He ignored Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai and asked directly, "Why did you bring them back?" Sun Lang answered, "There's no one by the old lady's side. I was worried, but I couldn't find out the news myself. With the 2 of them, at least we'll know what's going on in the Rongguo mansion." Jia Su thought for a while and frowned. "It's still not good. If the news leaks out and falls into the ears of others, they'll definitely guess something. We can set up a deceptive formation to make the enemy suspicious," Sun Lang said. "Not only that, this is a good opportunity, isn't it?" Jia Su thought for a moment and guessed Sun Lang's intention. He frowned and said, "Fishing?" Sun Lang's eyes were burning. "Yes. Do you remember our previous deduction? If Wang Shifeng is wronged, it means that there must be another pair of eyes in the Rongguo mansion. If we don't pull out this thorn, there will always be a sharp sword hanging over the Rongguo mansion's head. After the 2 of them return, they won't spread the news and ensure that only a few people know the inside story. If the news still leaks out, then we'll know what to do." Jia Su thought for a while and finally nodded. "All right, let's do that." After reaching a consensus, Sun Lang talked about what happened at the city gate. "I think the Wang family can't sit still anymore." Jia Su's voice was filled with joy. He had been bullied by the Wang family before, so he naturally felt happy when he saw the group of birds jumping up and down. They found out that Wang Zixing didn't return for the entire night, so they'll definitely feel that something is wrong. Sun Lang nodded. "Then let's wait and see. Their first reaction will solve a problem in our hearts." Duke Ning was stunned. "What?" Sun Lang smiled. "Wang Zixing died in the Rongguo mansion in the East Garden. No matter who the murderer is, this kind of behavior is waiting for an opportunity to frame them. Since they want to frame someone, they naturally have to do it thoroughly. Therefore, the framer will most likely lead the public opinion to the Jia family. Jia Su finally understood. That's right. I went to the Wang family to make a scene, and both parties parted on bad terms. They are all people who care about their reputation. Even if they find out that Wang Zixing is missing, they won't be so thick-skinned as to ask for him in the Ronghua mansion, let alone coming directly to ask for him. First, Uncle paced around the room with his hands behind his back and nodded. In other words, once the Wang family's suspicion and anger quickly and clearly pointed at the Ronghua mansion, it means that there must be someone behind this. Since there's someone behind this, there will definitely be traces left behind. Since there are traces left behind, we'll be able to find him, Sun Lang continued, and he is the person we're looking for. He's related to Wang Zixing's death and many other things. Find him, and many problems will be solved. Jia Su smiled and nodded. Talking with Sun Lang made him feel a long-lost pleasure. It was a pleasure. He then asked about the Qinzhou province and the Mingzhou province, and asked if Sun Lang had made proper arrangements. Sun Lang answered them one by one. His mind was clear, his tactics were sophisticated, and his plans were meticulous. He had considered almost all the variables. Jia Su nodded approvingly as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Was I thinking too much? Perhaps appearance could deceive people, perhaps martial arts could also deceive people, but speech and temperament could not deceive people. Sun Lang's answers showed his top-notch attainments in the art of war and strategic vision. Only a commander who had once commanded an army would look at a problem from this angle. Undoubtedly, the man in front of him was his nephew, an unparalleled general who rose in the heavens' origin battlefield and a genius who had once dazzled the world. Also, Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai did not show any abnormalities. They were both smart women. How could they not recognize their sweetheart? Jia Su slightly suppressed the doubts in his heart. He glanced at Jia Sherdao as if nothing had happened. But he found that his son was still paying most of his attention to his elder brother. Why was this little bastard so obsessed with his cousin? Wait, obsessed? Even with Jia Su's shrewdness, he could not help but tremble when he thought of this. He had been suspicious of Sun Lang because of his son's abnormal behavior. But now it seemed that the one with the problem seemed to be you, little bastard. All these anomalies served as strong evidence for another theory. He was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw his father, but when it came to his elder brother, he stood up for him and even talked back to his father. He became a monk after hearing the news of his elder brother's death. He did not care about any woman until now. The more Jia Su thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. This was, as he smiled and chatted with Sun Lang, his heart was beating like a drum. He quickly calculated the possibility of his son becoming gay. He secretly observed Sun Lang. First, he had to confirm whether or not his eldest nephew was gay. He probably was not gay, he thought. A few years ago, he had heard that his nephew was not only good at fighting, but also good at personal life. Not only did he have an ambiguous relationship with Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai, but he also had many female confidants in the military, including famous figures like Zhao Yunlong. It was said that he had something to do with Empress. It couldn't be helped. His impression of Sun Lang was really too good. As a parent, he always liked to imagine other people's children. Moreover, he would use his own silly son as negative material in his imagination. All the advantages that his own son did not have would inevitably shine on other people's children. Damn it. In his parents' eyes, Wang Xiaoming next door would not even poop for more than 3 minutes. He would never read the newspaper or play with his phone on the toilet. Based on this principle, Jia Su obviously thought that his nephew was a straight man who was capable of plowing the earth. If that was the case, then his son, little bastard. You could have just played with that kind of nonsense, but you actually took it seriously. Jia Su pondered for a moment. He felt that he had to do something. As expected of a wise man, he immediately came up with a countermeasure. His uncle's gaze swept across Sun Lang and his wife, and his expression changed slightly. He said, "I forgot that there is an urgent matter at hand." Sun Lang asked, "What is it?" He sighed. "It's about the old lady. After you left yesterday, Tanchun sent someone to ask about Wang Shifeng's matter. She said that we can't hide Wang Shifeng's matter for too long." Sun Lang was startled at first, but then he understood. Jia Su continued to explain, "Over the years, the old lady is getting older, and her energy is not as good as before. The power of Ronggua Mansion has been delegated in batches, and Wang Shifeng has become the actual housekeeper. The old lady treats her very well because she is good with words and is very filial. She goes to the old lady's room every day to pay her respects," he sighed. "Now that Wang Shifeng is missing, it's hard to hide it from the old lady. It's easy to fool her if she doesn't see her for a day or two, but if she doesn't see her for a long time, the old lady will definitely ask." Sun Lang, Sister Lin, and Sister Bao looked at each other. After receiving Sun Lang's encouragement and hint, Shui Baochai thought for a moment and sighed. "We can't hide it for too long, and the more we hide it, the harder it will be. My husband once said that a lie needs to be covered with many lies. So, we might as well not hide it, but we'll have to think about how to open it." Lin Daiyu added, "The one who serves the old lady is Sister Yuanyang. You can discuss it with her." "No matter who you discuss it with, since you're all back, I'll leave the matter of Ronggua Mansion to you." Jia Su waved his hand. "After all, the old lady is the most important. Don't scare her. Our Jia family's calligraphy and sword are passed down through the generations, and filial piety is passed down through generations. You must be very careful." Sun Lang nodded. "Understood. Shall we go to Ronggua Mansion first?" "Go ahead," Jia Su said. The matter of the Wang family hasn't gotten out of hand yet, and the Shi family hasn't made any moves either. You can arrange the matters of Ronggua Mansion first so that you won't be in a mess. Then we'll take our leave first." Sun Lang cupped his hands, and the two niece-in-law bowed to their uncle. Jia Sherdao bowed to them one last time and was about to leave with the three of them when he heard his father say coldly, "Where are you going?" Jia Sherdao looked back in surprise. "Of course I'm going with my brother," Jia Su said coldly. "Are you still a 3-year-old kid? Why do you have to stick to your brother no matter what you do? It's Ronggua Mansion's business. Why are you getting involved? Stay here. I have something to ask you." After all, it was his father's order that made Jia Sherdao very unhappy. He looked pitifully at Sun Lang, who was standing at the door. However, Jia Su's reason was so good that even Sun Lang had nothing to say. Jia Su said to Sun Lang, "Go ahead. We have something to talk about." "Well, bye-bye for you." Leaving Jia Sherdao with his father, Sun Lang and the other two left. Rong Mansion and Ning Mansion were next to each other, so it was easy to get there. As they walked to the east, Lin Daiyu asked, "Why did Uncle ask Jia Sherdao to stay?" Sun Lang answered casually, "Who knows? Maybe he wants to scold him." The relationship between father and son is very tense. Shui Baochai was curious. "Tense?" Sun Lang nodded and briefly explained what had happened before. "It's probably about the young man who is like a white lotus who can't accept his father's way of doing things. But Xiang Dao is very brave. He actually dared to openly contradict his father." At contradict, Sun Lang paused and turned to Shui Baochai. "Sister Baochai, don't you think the word talk back is a bit perverted?" "Husband, please be more decent." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.